Yesterday's weather maker is on its way out of here, but now we're dealing with the damage. I've got to look back at the wind and rain damage from yesterday, and I'll let you know what to expect in its wake today.
Many of you seeing the severe flooding in your neighborhood. We're going to take a look at the impact of the storm system. And today marks the start of the legislative session. The 3 new bills Governor Wes Moore plans to introduce.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding to our area. Our Fox 45 viewers sending in these photos here showing downed trees, broken fences, even a tractor trailer accident there. In just about 30 minutes, we're going to have live team coverage from downtown Baltimore to Annapolis to check on the conditions that you're waking up to this morning. We are monitoring school closings and delays across the state. Right now, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Harford County, and Howard County schools, they are on a 2-hour delay. We're going to keep you updated throughout the morning. For the full list of closures and delays, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, timing out this system, seeing if it is out of our region now, Amy.
Yeah, it's out of the region, but now we're dealing with the path of destruction it left behind. So here's a look at some of the damage reports from yesterday. The little houses you're seeing, that's flood reports. If you look closely, you'll see some little downed trees too. So we've got a couple of reports of downed trees all around our region. And yeah, we're still tracking a couple of leftover showers this morning. You can see them pushing through Baltimore City this morning. So keep all this in mind as you step out the door. Of course, we weren't alone in seeing this damage. You'll notice a wide stretch of damage up and down the East Coast. So as you head out for your morning drive this morning, be prepared for some road closures due to flooding, also downed trees. As the morning is ongoing, just breezy and drier with temperatures in the mid-40s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we're already tracking our next weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly when that arrives, and I'll let you know how that's going to compare to the storm we saw yesterday. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, no issues to report as we take a look at the aerial map. The red diamonds indicating some weather-related issues out there on the road, so we do have several of them. Be mindful, again, of debris, down trees, water that could still be out there on the roads. Be careful as you're heading out this morning. And as with any storm, transportation officials say their top concerns when it comes to driving are hydroplaning and those down power lines or even trees. Shantae Felix with the Maryland State Highway Administration joined Fox 45 News to share some tips on how to stay safe if you do have to head out on the roads this morning.
So that's what we've been telling people all day, is to stay off the roads if you can, but we know that's not ideal for everyone. So key for us is turn around, don't drown. If you see any areas with high water on them, don't try to drive through it. Just please put your safety first and turn around, don't drown.
Felix says if you do need to drive, you can head to roads.maryland.gov to stay up to date on any road closures that could impact your commute here today.
We need accountability for the kids that are repeatedly violating the law. I believe in rehabilitation, but I will not tolerate lawlessness.
As the legislative session begins today, Governor Wes Moore is unveiling his public safety priorities. During a news conference, the governor outlined 3 bills that he is planning to introduce. The Victim Compensation Reform Act to ensure victims have services they need to move forward. The Growing Apprenticeship in Public Safety, or GAPS Act, which aims to help with law enforcement recruiting. And following the Biden administration, Governor Moore is calling for the creation of a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention, and that would be to track and remove illegal guns. A top priority for the top prosecutors is changing the Juvenile Interrogation Act. They wanted to require defense attorneys to be present in person during questioning instead of just on the phone. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed the governor on that policy push.
Do you support that as well?
I think all options need to be on the table. And I think as we're going into this next legislative session, we are going to work with our state's attorneys. We're going to work with our legislative partners.
From your administration, though, would you push to support making changes to that act?
I think all options need to be on the table.
While the governor doubled down on his support for Shiraldi, citizens, police, and prosecutors have expressed frustration with the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services. Secretary Shiraldi believes that people should be kept out of the adult prison system until they turn 25 because he says scientists have found their brains are not fully developed. Crystal Gonzalez, the mother of one of the young victims from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting, disagrees with that opinion.
I believe we've all seen the evidence of what his practices are. It's not working. They know right from wrong. So I can hear you tell me that no one, well, a child under the age of 25 shouldn't be in an adult system. Well, here we know we have a lot of adult things that we do between the ages of our teen years and 25. So you're able to start families and get married, right? You're able to do these things. Why are people not asking these questions? But when you have a violent offender commit a violent act, all of a sudden he don't know better.
Gonzalez went on to say that she wants a complete overhaul of the state's juvenile justice laws as lawmakers return to Annapolis. And that brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers don't change the juvenile crime laws, should they be recalled? So far, 98% of those who voted say yes. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. And join Fox 45 News for a Your Voice, Your Future State's Attorney Roundtable. It's happening today. Top prosecutors Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will join us to discuss their legislative priorities for session 2024. The roundtable starts today at 7 p.m. You can watch it live on foxbaltimore.com. The Maryland Attorney General's office investigating a deadly car crash, the moments leading up to that incident. Plus, we are continuing to follow the conditions of that severe flooding that took place around our area. Just ahead, how the weather conditions will be today. It's 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
4:39 on this Wednesday. We are looking at a windy day ahead of us in wake of that weather maker that moved through yesterday. Now, nothing compared to the wind gusts we saw yesterday, but it's still going to be breezy this afternoon. If you take a look at our predicted wind gusts for today, looks like they'll peak around lunchtime, around midday, with wind gusts getting up to 38, 40 miles an hour in some spots, and then winds will finally start to calm down by this evening. We're going to catch a brief break from the unsettled, rainy and windy weather, but I'm already looking ahead to our next weather maker that will actually get here before the weekend. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly when that arrives and how that's going to compare to the storm system we saw yesterday. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Making headlines around the state. Baltimore County Police are investigating a deadly police-involved shooting along Reisterstown Road in Pikesville. Police say they approached a suspect at a gas station while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Police say the suspect pointed a gun at officers and police retreated, declaring a barricade. The suspect then left the gas station and, quote, engaged with 3 officers who then shot at him. Police say the suspect sustained life-threatening injuries. He was taken to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead. The Maryland Attorney General's office is releasing body cam footage from a deadly crash on September 7th in Pasadena. And we want to warn you, the footage may be disturbing for some viewers. The video shows Anne Arundel County Police approaching a sedan that had crashed into a utility pole while traveling at a high speed. This was right near the Stony Creek Bridge. Police say the passenger was killed and the driver hospitalized. The passenger has been identified as 22-year-old Damian Gardner. The Attorney General's office is investigating what led up to this crash. And Arundel County Police say a disorderly subject call led to a massive drug bust. At around 8 o'clock Monday night, officers received reports of a disorderly man at the Red Roof Inn on Ritchie Highway. While arresting that man, officers found what they believed to be drugs inside his hotel room. After obtaining a search warrant, officers say they uncovered marijuana, crack cocaine, several prescription drugs, and a Glock semi-automatic handgun. It's unclear what charges the man is facing as of this morning. Our region experiencing severe flooding throughout the area, but we're not the only ones seeing severe weather. How a massive blizzard in Oklahoma left travelers stranded. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, a new study shows the true cost of doing business in the U.S. with the little guys getting hit twice as hard. A leading economist joins us with the numbers this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. As cleanup efforts are underway this morning and our viewers have been sending in pictures of the conditions in their neighborhoods. On the left, Norman sent in this stunning picture of his backyard underwater there. On the right, Kayla sent us this picture of a squirrel on her window taking shelter from the rain there. Our area is not the only place seeing severe weather. A blizzard actually swept through the Oklahoma Panhandle, leaving hundreds of drivers stranded across the roadways. Mitchell Downing from our Sinclair sister station was in Boise City during the storm and caught up with some travelers stranded in the city.
A view of Highway 287 Monday as a blizzard blew through the Oklahoma Panhandle. At its peak, the storm would reach wind gusts of over 75 miles per hour, accumulating 6 to 8 inches of snow overnight. Lack of visibility, snowdrifts, and ice were some of the threats drivers faced.
It was like a dang horror movie. It was scary.
This is John. He was traveling back home to Colorado when he was caught in the storm. The whiteout driving conditions left him stranded on the side of the road overnight, not able to make it into town until morning.
We stopped and the winds were going in front of us. They were going at 100-mile-an-hour winds and the car just barely rocking back and forward. I put the driver door window down and you could just see the wind swirling next to your vehicle and calm and still, but in front of us it was running 100 miles an hour just across the cars.
The local Love's truck stop served as a haven for wary travelers. The store manager says they have 60 parking spaces and everyone was full with a line of truckers down the road. Here's a trucker from North Carolina.
The storm hit me out of nowhere. I couldn't see a thing. I couldn't see but the front of the nose of my truck. And then I had to call my dispatcher and be like, hey, man, I got to find a safe haven. And I had to drive 30 miles in no visible weather. I don't know how I got through here safe and sound, because it could have got a lot worse. I thank the man upstairs to get me out here.
Both motels in Boise City filled every room with travelers from across the country. Here's Pete from Montana telling his story.
Roads were awful and everyone's going like 20 miles an hour and I couldn't see the 18-wheeler in front of me a couple times. And of course I stopped when got to the road closure and got a hotel room. Fortunately was able to get one because the only other hotel and didn't have any rooms.
Cimarron County opened 4 different shelters for travelers. The Department of Emergency Management did not have an exact head count, but said there were hundreds of stranded drivers in every corner of the county. Reporting in Boise City, Mitchell Downing.
All right, Mitchell, thank you. It's 4:47, and we want to see how things are shaping up after that wicked weather. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at today's forecast. A lot of damage here this morning.
Yeah, damage from rain and wind yesterday. We actually had some incredible rainfall amounts. All 3 airports set brand new daily rainfall records. So here's a look at how much rain we picked up yesterday. Seemed like it was raining all day, and these numbers show that. In Baltimore, BWI, 2.61 inches of rain came down. D.C., just over 2 inches, and just shy of 2 inches in Dulles. So that's a lot of rain. Not only did we see a lot of rain, we also saw some really strong winds yesterday. For example, at the Bay Bridge, we had a wind gust reported there close to 60 miles an hour, 52 at Sandy Point, Baltimore City at 51, Owings Mills a gust up to 50, Annapolis 49, and at the airport a gust also in the upper 40s. And it's still going to be breezy today. We've actually got a new wind advisory out for Baltimore northward here. This will remain in effect until sunset tonight. We could see winds gusting today as high as 40 to 50 miles an hour in some spots, so not quite as strong as they were yesterday. But we are all dealing with some lingering flooding issues. We've actually got a flood warning that will continue through 8 a.m. for Baltimore. Right along the shoreline here, the coastal flood warnings will continue up until later tonight. So that's something we'll have to continue to watch there, close to high tide with some additional flooding expected. Right now, all looks much calmer down at the Inner Harbor, dark and early this morning. We are starting off close to 50, and we're starting off with some winds. A westerly wind right now at 13 miles an hour. Here's a look at that weather maker that pulled through yesterday, sent us all the rain and all the strong winds. That's now plowing through New England, coming in behind it. Just a couple of leftover showers early this morning. Not a big deal. We will be trending drier over the next 2 days. And Future Scan shows that. Pretty quiet afternoon ahead of us besides the winds. Thursday looks great. We've got one bright sunny day here. It's going to be very quiet, very seasonable. But come Friday, we're already looking ahead to our next weather maker. It's not here Friday morning, so your Friday morning drive is great. It's Friday afternoon that we get another round of rain coming in from the west here. So this is something we'll have to watch because the ground is extra saturated now. This could certainly cause some additional flooding issues. That will take us through Friday evening and Friday night, but it looks like it gets out of here pretty quickly, so it looks like it's out of here by Saturday morning. So here's what that means for the next 3 days. Bright and sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 40s. I am tracking more rain on Friday. That moves in Friday afternoon, Friday evening, and that will linger through early Saturday. Saturday, breezy start to the weekend, but it looks like it will be drier. So here's a look at that full 7-day forecast. You'll notice the weekend starts off with some winds, and then here comes the colder air. Temperatures will be falling Monday and Tuesday, and we are looking at the potential for a few snow showers by the end of the 7-day forecast, too. Megan?
Interesting. All right, Amy, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. As we look around the Beltway cameras here this morning and around our region, we've got volume picking up a little bit. No issues to report on that end. But again, just reminders to keep an eye out for any downed trees, branches, standing water. Keep that in mind after yesterday's storm ripped through there. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us this morning. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 841 canceled this morning. And we've got Penn Train 505 operating with a 5-minute delay, allow time for travel out there in that instance. You'll find light rail on time, no delays or issues there. And Metro Subway operating without delay between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start and your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The need for nursing homes greater than ever, yet more of these facilities are closing their doors. The reason why and the push for a solution. Plus, cleanup efforts certainly underway this morning. Still ahead, we're going to have the latest school closures and delays as a result of yesterday's weather. It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all The crisis is already here. That is the message from those in the healthcare community talking about the lack of beds for the country's most vulnerable people. From nursing homes to assisted living facilities, more and more people are closing their doors just as a greater number of Americans need them. Spotlight on America's Christine Frizzell has the story.
Just keep going.
For Charlie Gingrich, a resident at Paxton Street Assisted Living Home in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, bingo nights are second only to the days when the ice cream truck comes.
They have Sundays, milkshakes. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Here, Charlie is able to maintain his independence while receiving mental health treatment, including more than 30 medications per day, and get weekly visits from his younger brother, David.
If it wasn't for Paxton Street, I'm not sure what my brother's life would be like. It'd be on the streets, or it'd be with me, which is a stressful situation for the families.
Families across the country now dealing with that very reality, with more than 580 nursing homes closing since the pandemic began, displacing more than 21,000 residents in communities all across the country, according to the American Healthcare Association.
You want to go to a place that can kind of help you out a little bit more?
Yeah.
81-year-old Louis Leedy has been waiting for 2 years to go to a facility that can better care for his needs. But so far, nothing has opened up.
When he was approved 2 years ago to move on, we knew it was time, and in those 2 years, it certainly hasn't gotten better.
Paxton Street Executive Director David Zilka outlined the domino effect of the crisis.
Since they have nowhere else to go, they remain with us until a bed becomes available, which in turn creates more work for us. And as a result, that limits our capacity to bring in additional residents and support more people, because our staff are extended, caring for folks who are requiring more than a typical resident here.
That cycle exacerbated exponentially by COVID-19, with a mass exodus of workers.
A lot of people exited the field due to fear, working in healthcare, as well as scared for the impact it would have with their families.
Today, more than half of the facilities are being forced to turn away patients, including Paramount Senior Living, where Melissa Randler oversees admissions.
Residents are having to be put on a waiting list for when there may be a bed available to them that we would be able to accommodate their needs.
When you talk to these family members who are probably desperate, what do you tell them about the waiting list?
I'm very honest, and I let the admissions managers know to tell them that it could be up to a year.
Here in Pennsylvania, a new law just went into effect on July 1st that changed the staffing to patient ratios in many facilities. As has already happened in so many other states, it's made a dire situation even more difficult.
We've reduced our occupancy, we have increased the staffing levels, and there's a cost to all of that.
For the facility's owner, James Cox, it's an additional $65,000 a month.
We've closed 2 properties, 2 assisted living properties, one in Westerville, Ohio, and one in Cranberry, Pennsylvania.
Bacon.
Yay! Bingo! For those lucky enough to receive care in a home they like and can afford, it can be a lifeline. More and more, though, learning they are not so lucky.
You've got a perfect storm here where we don't have enough money coming into the system to pay people the wages that they deserve to work in our sector.
Katie Smith Sloan is president and CEO of Leading Age, which oversees nonprofit aging service providers.
What is the concern down the road?
We've got a very strained and stressed aged care sector, while we've got a demographic shift with increasing numbers of older people. So we as a country have got to decide that we are going to invest in an infrastructure to support our older population.
That older population looking ahead to an uncertain future. Some, like Lewis, forced to wait for care they may never get, illustrating the true cost of a suffering industry. For Spotlight on America, I'm Christine Frizzau.
I am tracking some leftover showers this morning. We'll take a look back at the damage done from yesterday's weather maker and also look ahead to our new one in a couple of minutes.
And as that storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it's leaving behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis with the latest conditions here.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding across our state. Take a look at some of this video that we're seeing flooding everywhere from the Inner Harbor to Annapolis.
Good morning on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. This morning we have live team coverage of the cleanup that is underway due to the storm and the delays in schools.
In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will be in our live center with a look at the winter blast continuing up the East Coast.
Before that, Olivia Dance will be joining us live from Annapolis, the cleaning efforts there, plus how this will affect the beginning of the legislative session.
But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson, and she has a look at today's forecast. Amy.
Yeah, Today looks much calmer. We are just tracking some leftover showers this morning and some windy conditions. But beyond that, I think it'll give us a chance to clean things up. So we do have some showers ongoing this morning. A little bit of light rain from Baltimore City, actually down through Severna Park and into Annapolis this morning. But these showers are all shifting south and east, so they should be out of here within the next hour. We are still looking at a breezy day ahead of us, though. Winds are currently coming in from a different direction. Yesterday, they were coming from the east. Today, they're coming from the southwest behind that weather maker. And current sustained wind speeds anywhere from calm close to 20 miles an hour, just kind of depending on where you are. So we are looking at another breezy day ahead of us. High temperatures will make a run for the mid and upper 40s today. I also put your wind gust forecast on there. You can see that in the tiny text. So you'll notice we are looking at wind gusts as high as 35, 40 miles an hour at times this afternoon with a mix of clouds and sun. Now already we're tracking our next weather maker that's actually going to arrive before we even get to the weekend. I'll explain exactly when that gets here and how that looks similar to the storm we actually just made it through yesterday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. We are also monitoring school closings and delays across the state. Right now, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Harford County, and Howard County schools are all on a 2-hour delay. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the morning. And for the full list of closures and delays, just head over to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Now, this system leaving more than 14,000 homes, as you see right there, that middle number. And for the Maryland without power this morning, we'll keep you updated as the outages continue to fluctuate as BGE is working on in different areas. Now we want to take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Some of the cameras around the region here, you can see the sheen on the roads. A little light rain, but look at this, the map. The red diamonds, and this is kind of zoomed in a little bit tighter, but if you see any of those red diamonds, those are all weather-related closures. And a lot of the secondary roads are impacted by this, so just be careful if you're heading out. Especially the wind warnings also on the Bay Bridge that we have this morning is any storm. Transportation officials say their top concerns when it comes to driving, hydroplaning, down power lines, and trees. Shantae Felix with the Maryland State Highway Administration joining Fox 45 News to share some tips on how to stay safe if you have to head out on the roads this morning.
So that's what we've been telling people all day is to stay off the roads if you can, but we know that's not ideal for everyone. So key for us is turn around, don't drown. If you see any areas with high water on them, don't try to drive through it. Just please put your safety first and turn around, don't drown.
Felix says if you do need to drive, you can head to roads.maryland.gov to stay up to date on any road closures that could affect your commute.
Now, as the legislative session begins today, cleanup is underway due to the severe flooding in Annapolis. Look at that. In downtown Annapolis, it was completely flooded there because of the storm. And that is where we find Olivia Dance, who joins us live now with an update on the current conditions and the cleanup efforts underway. And Olivia, looks like they're going to have a lot of work looking behind you.
Yeah, Patrice, they certainly are. And to give you some perspective, yesterday during our live shots, we were all the way at the end of this dock. We were at the park that's at the end of the dock here. Now we're all the way up here at the end of it, and the water comes all the way here. So I want to show you. I don't want to go too far in it. Obviously, we want to be safe, but this is already just a couple inches here, and this is the end of it. And also another perspective for you, our photographer Megan pointed this out. You can see there's a lot of debris right over here by this police car. That just shows you that the water was even higher up than it is right now, but it is starting to recede, which of course is a good sign. And once this water recedes, the businesses and residents around here certainly will have a lot of cleanup to do. Now, yesterday, the city handed out about 150 sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation for all of this flooding. Definitely a good idea because you can see how it looks here now. But as the water was predicted to be 5 feet above average, some of the businesses in this waterfront area closed early yesterday, and they're going to, of course, spend this whole morning cleaning up. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who is advising residents and drivers to use caution out and about today. Take a listen.
We'll just wait till the flood water recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
We're telling people turn around, don't drown, that old adage, where it's really hard to tell how deep water is. So if there are any barricades, don't drive around them, listen to folks if police are out redirecting traffic, things like that.
Definitely some helpful safety reminders there, especially until all of this water recedes. And another look here just at all of this water. You can see they have cones and barricades. We showed you the police car that's here. So they're definitely trying to warn people to stay away from this Main Street area and just stay safe. And of course, Patrice, you mentioned the legislative session is starting today. So we'll also be monitoring to see if any of this flooding will have an impact on that. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, Carol. I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Just out also, Carroll County Schools 2 hours late today, too. That list continues to grow. The powerful storm now continuing up the East Coast, bringing frigid temperatures, even though you walk out this morning and it feels warmer today than yesterday, but still powerful wind gusts and floods are happening.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand right now. Megan.
To the north of us, it is cold. And as of this morning, there are more than 500,000 people in the U.S. that are without power because of this storm that's been moving through, the majority in Pennsylvania and New York. And guys, we know that number could go up even more as we're seeing this system again moving up the East Coast, also impacting the Midwest pretty significantly right now. It's causing major travel trouble. Let's take a look at it. Just yesterday, more than 1,400 flights canceled, more than 9,000 flights delayed across the country. This is according to FlightAware. And as we take a look at today, already expecting more of that. Not nearly the numbers we saw yesterday, but they're starting to tick up there. Heading out now live to the Midwest for you this morning. We're taking you live to Des Moines, Iowa, where nearly a foot of snow was reported yesterday. They've done a pretty good job of clearing that intersection right there. Iowa City measuring a whopping 15 inches. That was enough snow, guys, to upend some GOP campaign plans. Both Vivek Ramaswamy and former President Donald Trump canceling events in this state less than a week now from the caucuses. Moving now to the East Coast, we are taking you live. Whiteout conditions in Moosehead Lake, Maine. Look at that. You can see it's completely covered in snow there this morning. Parts of the state, along with parts of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, they are all under coastal flood warnings this morning. That is where the cold weather is being felt right now. At the same time, take a look at this new video here from Florida's Panhandle, heavily damaged from several suspected tornadoes. You can see down trees, there's down power lines, damage to buildings, damage to homes there. Sadly, this morning, guys, we do know of at least 4 storm-related deaths across the country from this weather. It's been moving all across America. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Now, if you caught any of the wet and windy conditions in your neighborhood, we want to see it. We want to share it. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, and we'll take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Anytime severe weather hits, you can follow the up-to-the-minute forecast with our Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store.
Today marks the start of the legislative session. 3 new bills Governor Wes Moore plans to introduce.
And I am tracking lingering flooding issues this morning. I'll let you know how long these will last and when things will clear up in just a couple of minutes. It's 5:07. You're watching Fox 45 Early. 5:10 on this Wednesday in wake of that weather maker. Still breezy out there today, but we are looking at a drier day ahead of us. Just tracking a few leftover showers this morning, but once they scoot out of here, a mix of clouds and sun will follow. Temperature-wise, not too bad today. Definitely cooler than it was yesterday and last night. It was eerily warm. Temperatures will actually settle back into the mid and upper 40s today, with winds gusting as high as 35, 40 miles an hour at times. Now, tomorrow things are going to quiet down even more, but after that, we're already turning our attention to another weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly when that next system arrives and how much rainfall we're expecting from that. Back to you.
We need accountability for the kids that are repeatedly violating the law. I believe in rehabilitation, but I will not tolerate lawlessness.
As the legislative session begins today, Governor Wes Moore is unveiling his public safety priorities.
During a news conference, the governor outlined 3 bills he's planning to introduce.
The Victim Compensation Reform Act to ensure victims have services they need to move forward.
The Growing Apprenticeship in Public Safety, or GAPS Act, which aims to help with law enforcement recruiting.
And following the Biden administration, Governor Moore is calling for the creation of a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention to track and remove illegal guns. Top priority for the top prosecutors, changing the Juvenile Interrogation Act.
They wanted to require defense attorneys to be present in person during questioning instead of just on the phone. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed the governor on that policy push.
Do you support that as well?
I think all options need to be on the table. And I think as we're going into this next legislative session, we are going to work with our state's attorneys. We're going to work with our legislative partners.
From your administration, though, would you push to support making changes to that act?
I think all options need to be on the table.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers do not change the juvenile crime laws, should they be recalled? So far, 98% of those who have responded this morning wrote yes. If you'd like to weigh in, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. Our coverage begins today. Follow along on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Join Fox 45 News for a Your Voice, Your Future State's Attorney Roundtable today. Top prosecutors Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will join us to discuss their legislative priorities for session 2024. The roundtable starts today at 7 p.m. You can watch it live on foxbaltimore.com.
Many of you seeing the severe flooding in your neighborhoods. We'll take a look at the impact of this storm system.
And Baltimore County Police are investigating a police-involved shooting. After the break, the details surrounding that incident. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:16 this morning, making your headlines around the state. Baltimore County Police are investigating a deadly police-involved shooting along Reisterstown Road in Pikesville.
Police say they approached a suspect at a gas station while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Police say the suspect pointed a gun at officers and police retreated, declaring a barricade. The suspect then left the gas station and, quote, engaged with 3 officers who then shot him. Police say the suspect sustained life-threatening injuries and was taken to the hospital where he was later pronounced dead.
We want to warn you, this footage may be disturbing to some viewers. The Maryland Attorney General's office releasing body camera footage from a deadly crash December 7th that happened in Pasadena. The video showing Anne Arundel County Police approaching a sedan that had crashed into a utility pole while traveling at a high rate of speed right near Stony Creek Bridge. Police say the passenger was killed, the driver hospitalized. The passenger has been identified as 22-year-old Damian Gardner. The Attorney General's office investigating what led up to this crash.
Anne Arundel County Police say a disorderly subject call led to a massive drug bust. At around 8 o'clock Monday night, officers received reports of a disorderly man at the Red Roof Inn on Ritchie Highway. While arresting that man, officers found what they believed to be drugs inside his hotel room. After obtaining a search warrant, officers say they uncovered marijuana, crack cocaine, several prescription drugs, and a Glock semi-automatic handgun. It's unclear what charges the man is facing as of this morning.
The heavy rain creating some havoc on the roads all day long yesterday and still this morning. Maryland State Police say between noon and 8 yesterday, they responded to 79 crashes, 40 roadway hazards, 18 disabled vehicles. Police say they answered 361 calls for service. Now you can go to roads.maryland.gov for any more updates.
Regions throughout our area experienced some severe flooding. On the left there, you see just incredible video of flooding at the Inner Harbor. Then on the right, you've got even more flooding. This is throughout Fells Point.
Now, if you caught any of the wet and windy conditions that occurred in your neighborhood, we want to see it and share it. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
All right, we want to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson now and see what we're in for today.
Yeah, still some lingering impacts from yesterday's weather maker, and that includes some additional coastal flooding, especially close to high tide. So here's a look at when high tide will occur next in all these locations. Annapolis saw major flooding there. Their next high tide is actually now this evening at 4:47 p.m. Haverday Grace actually coming up later this morning, just after 9. Baltimore this evening at 5:55, and Bowling's Quarters later this morning, actually in just about an hour at 6:24. So be prepared for some lingering flooding along the shoreline today, at least around high tide, and then I think we'll start to see an improving trend there. Right now, Baltimore looks nice and quiet in wake of that weather maker. We had a couple of showers push through. Of course, that's still being reported with temperatures in the upper 40s. We end up close to 50 today, so not much of a warming trend. Actually, some cool breezy conditions pushing in for midweek before that next weather maker arrives on Friday. This one actually looks pretty similar to what we saw yesterday, with more rain on the way, and that's going to send us the potential for flooding again. And then after that, it's actually going to turn colder over the holiday weekend, and by next week, I'm even tracking some snow showers. But right now, it's all rain showers across our region. That's the light green you're seeing here on the radar right now. They're scattered about from Baltimore County, actually down towards Anne Arundel County too, but they are on their way out of here, so things will be drying out from west to east this morning. We are left behind with a number of advisories and concerns here. We've got that wind advisory that will take us through this evening, so still going to be windy out there today. We've also got some coastal flood concerns, a flood warning still for the Baltimore area through 8 a.m., so be prepared for some lingering high water as you head out for your morning drive, along with some gusty winds too. Nothing compared to what we saw yesterday, but it will still be blustery out there today as this weather maker pulls away from us. We are looking at a drying trend though, both today and tomorrow. Gives us a chance to catch our breath, regroup, clean up before the next storm system gets here on Friday. That one holds off until Friday afternoon, but it is going to come in with plenty of moisture starting around midday on Friday and zipping through here Friday night. So it looks like it's out of here by 11 o'clock Friday night, not before producing some rain. So here's a preview of how much rain we could see from this system. Looks like we could pick up an additional inch. So that, on top of the record rainfall we saw yesterday, could certainly lead to some additional flooding issues because the ground is extra saturated now. Today, we're going to try to dry things out. It's going to be breezy out there. Clouds give way to some sun. High temperatures end up in the cool mid and upper 40s today. And then tonight, cozy in. It's going to be a chilly one. Under clear skies, temperatures will fall and eventually drop back into the 30s. Quick preview of your weekend forecast shows we'll start off with rain Friday afternoon. That's out of here by Saturday. A windy start to your weekend with temperatures in the upper 40s, and then the colder air arrives by Sunday with temperatures falling quite a bit. We're back close to 40 by the end of the weekend. So we are looking at some changes coming up in our 7-day forecast. Today's just a little breezy. Tomorrow's nice and quiet, probably one of the quieter ones out of the next 7. We are tracking rain now Friday afternoon through Friday evening. Saturday's a dry start to the weekend, a windy one, and then here comes the cold stuff. Starting on Sunday, we're looking at a high temperature around 40 degrees. We're back in the upper 30s on Monday, and I've got to push that MLK icon there to Monday because of course, that's the holiday. We are tracking some snow showers for that and for your Tuesday, too. So certainly a change in pattern. Goodbye to the rain and hello to some snow showers. Remember, you can always use that QR code you see at the bottom of your 7-day forecast there. If you want to scan it, just scan it with your phone, and it's going to take you right to our WBFF weather app. That's a great thing to have on hand, especially with another weather maker coming later this week. Tom, Patrice?
Well, anytime severe weather does hit, you can follow the up-to-the-minute forecast with our Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look around some of the Beltway cameras. A couple of them are frozen there, you see on the right-hand side, but no major incidents report. We are getting, of course, a lot of delays because of the related delays because of the weather. In fact, any of those red markers you see there because of weather closures or flooding on some of those roads. Bay Bridge still under a Wind 1 warning. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. And Mark, how did you guys fare yesterday with all the winds and possible downed trees?
Pretty well. So far, no residual major effects out there affecting service. Things look good on that front. We do have a couple cancellations that may or may not be a result of that. We've got train 840 and 841 on the Camden line canceled, but no other major issues or problems on the services. You'll find Penn train 505 and 403 with a 5-minute delay, and we've got train number 870 running 5 to 10 minutes late on Mark train. If your ride is on light rail, looking good for the commute there. No delays or issues. And you'll find Metro subway operating on time out there in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at why recent Gen Z college graduates might be having a hard time getting a job.
As the storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it's leaving behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis with the cleanup efforts underway.
526 and in your consumer news, a recent survey found nearly 40% of employers avoid hiring recent Gen Z college graduates in favor of older employees.
National correspondent Janae Bowens breaks down the generational conflict issues.
Bryce Smith is nervous about getting a job after college as a freshman at the University of South Carolina upstate, and he wants to be a dentist.
110%, yes, I am.
His anxiety increased after hearing about a recent survey from Intelligent.com, which shows 38% of employers avoid hiring recent Gen Z college graduates in favor of older employees. And nearly half of the employers have had to fire a recent college graduate.
It's kind of nerve-wracking because it's kind of like you get a college education and then you expect to immediately get a job afterwards.
And 58% of hiring professionals say recent college graduates are unprepared for the workforce. Now, Bryce knows the stereotypes associated with his generation and disagrees, but experts say some of the behavior of the younger generation is problematic in the workplace.
When employers look at their options to hire, they're going to go for people who are ready to come in on day one and get started, who know how to make eye contact, who know how to work effectively, cross-functionally, cross-generationally.
Julie Bauke is an HR professional, and she's the founder and chief career strategist with the Bauke Group. She says the COVID-19 pandemic is partly to blame for the younger generation's career readiness issues,
which really stunted people's professional maturity by a couple years because they were doing internships in college from home. And so they weren't out among people. And so they didn't have to learn these things.
But Smith says he's hardworking, but knows what's stacked against him. And he had this advice for his fellow Gen Zers.
Make good connections first so you can get your name out the first thing, and then show that you're hardworking.
Now, experts agree with Bryce's advice. They also encourage Gen Zers to join clubs, get part-time jobs and internships, and to go to networking meetings with people who aren't their peers. Lastly, they advise younger people to get out of their comfort zones as much as possible. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Thank you, Janae. We are continuing to follow the conditions, the severe flooding that took place around our area. Just ahead, how the weather conditions will be today.
Wolf Street here in Fells Point essentially becoming a river. Coming up, we're going to take a look at these conditions in Fells Point and what you're going to be waking up to this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding throughout our area. Our Fox 45 viewers sending in these photos showing downed trees, broken fences, even a tractor-trailer accident.
Now, we're also monitoring school closings and delays across the state right now. Anne Arundel County and Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Cecil, Harford, Carroll counties. They're all on a 2-hour delay this morning. Howard and Talbot County schools also have a 2-hour delay. And then Kent, Queen Anne's counties both have 90-minute delays. As you look right there, also Worcester County is closed today. They had a early dismissal, so they just shut down today. We'll continue updating you throughout the morning. For the full list of closures and delays, just head to our website at foxbaltimore.com, where you can see them on the ticker.
Well, good morning to you on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and this morning we have live team coverage of all the cleanup that's underway due to the storm.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live from downtown Baltimore, and we already saw her standing in a flooded situation there.
And before that, Olivia Dance joining us live from Annapolis, the cleanup efforts there, plus how this will affect the beginning of the legislative session.
But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson to see if any more of this is in our path for today, Amy.
Yeah, today I think we're just dealing with the after effects of what moved through yesterday. So I think we'll see some continued flooding, especially in coastal spots, as we near high tide only. The showers were on their way out. I do want to show you the storm reports from yesterday, because this storm, this weather maker, left behind a path of destruction. You'll notice all the little houses there. That's flooding reports. If you look closely, you'll see some downed tree reports. And yeah, we are tracking some leftover showers that are on their way out. They're sweeping across the bay now, heading towards the eastern shore. So we're primarily done with the rain today, but I think we're going to continue to see some flooding issues and some downed trees, at least for the first part of your morning drive. That's why I'm giving us the yellow light and not the green light this morning. Otherwise, it's going to be another breezy morning, but sunshine will eventually return with temperatures in the mid-40s. Now, we're going to dry things out completely tomorrow, but after that, I'm already tracking another weather maker, and this one's also going to come with the potential for some heavy rain. I've got an updated look at exactly when that rain will arrive in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look over Towson and Lochraven Boulevard, where there's no incidents to report on any of the major roads, but there have been multiple road closures due to the weather in our region. Click on any of these red diamonds on this map, and they show you road closures because of weather related. In fact, warnings over the Bay Bridge. Also, as the legislature begins today, you can see this image right here that we're showing you. The severe flooding in Annapolis could be an issue. You can see downtown Annapolis just flooded because of the storm, and that's where we find Olivia Dance. She's been walking around in some of those flood waters here, and she has an update on the current conditions and any cleanup efforts that are underway. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, it's definitely, we're walking around in a few inches of water right now. Obviously not going too far in because it just continues to get deeper and deeper. But for some perspective, yesterday during our live shots, we were all the way by the water on the other side of the dock, but now we're all the way at the end here of Dock Street, and you can see this whole entire area is flooded. Now, if our photographer Megan wants to pan the camera just behind us this way, a sign that the water is already receding is you can see that there's some debris further up there. So that's a sign that essentially the water came all the way up that way. So of course it's a good sign though that the water is now down to here, but still a lot of flooding in this area. But of course, once all this water recedes, it will be all hands on deck for these businesses and residents to clean up this area. I want to show you some of these businesses still have their sandbags on their front doors, and also a business just further down. It looks like Ice Cream Factory is the name of that business, is pumping water out of their building. So just a sign of all the flooding here. Now, yesterday, the city handed out about 150 sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation for the flooding. Just pointed some of those out to you. The water was predicted to be 5 feet above average. Some of the businesses in this waterfront area closed early yesterday, and of course, will spend this morning cleaning up. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who's advising residents and drivers to use caution out and about today.
Tomorrow morning, we'll just wait till the floodwater recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
If there are things like down trees, on wires, use detours whenever possible. Other things that we're telling people is just, we always see where people wade into the waters, kayak into the waters. It's really hard to tell what is in the water as far as any creatures or trash or things like that. It's just safer just to enjoy it from the safety of your own home.
definitely some helpful safety reminders there, especially until all of this water recedes. And another look at just how deep this flood water gets pretty quickly. That is a cone that you're looking at right now, just the top of it, and all below that you can see it's covered by water. So I definitely want to stay safe and avoid this area if you're here in Annapolis today. And also, as Tom mentioned, of course, today is also the start of the legislative session. So we're going to be monitoring all of this flooding to see if it'll have any impact on that. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
So significant flooding in Fells Point. Look at this. This is video of Alisana Street, and you can see just at least a couple of inches of water around the wheels of those cars there. We've got Shannon Lilly, who's joining us live from downtown Baltimore. She's got a look at the conditions there this morning, and still pretty flooded, Shannon.
Still pretty flooded, Patrice. I mean, the view behind me really speaks for itself. Wolf Street is honestly kind of a river right now. You can see where we're standing. This is, I would say, the shallowest part of the flooded section. But then if we look further down the road here, you can see that it does get quite a bit deeper. Some of those cones look to be knocked over from the flood water, and you can see where the water is still covering the bottom of the cones there. Also, if we look a little bit further down the road here along Wolf Street, you can see that some of these cars weren't moved out of the way last night. We know that created a tricky situation for some of these residents who weren't able to move beforehand. Some of them got stuck, at least their cars did, with the water. Last night, we know it was essentially covering the car's tires and up to our reporters' knees last night. So we are seeing some improvement from last night. But even then, just further down the road, down Wolf Street at Alisana Street, you can see that DPW truck, the flashing yellow light. We know that Alisana Street is actually blocked. And look, there goes a car driving through some of that water there. So you can move through it, but obviously it's not advised, especially in the deeper sections. But over on Alisana Street, that road is completely blocked off. So for those of you who typically take that route when you're trying to get onto Boston Street, you're not going to be able to do that this morning. You're going to want to find an alternate route. Of course, we know that Fells Point, this is an area that typically sees pretty bad flooding when it rains at all. But this is, I would say, worse than even usual. So, of course, we're going to continue to check on the situation, keep you guys posted on the conditions out here, and we'll check back in with you, Tom and Patrice, in about 30 minutes or so. Back to you.
The White House also keeping an eye on the severe weather impact along the East Coast, what they're encouraging Americans to do to prepare.
And we are still reeling from yesterday's severe weather. Stay with us for the latest on the current conditions and what we can expect for the rest of the week. 5:39, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. 542, our Weather Authority HD radar showing that powerful system that's moving up the East Coast today after wreaking havoc on the Central Plains.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with a look at what many are waking up to this morning. Megan?
A winter wonderland. Check this out, guys. This is new drone video coming into our newsroom. This is what Wisconsin looks like here this morning. We know winter storm warnings are expected to actually end there very soon, just about less than 20 minutes from right now at 6 a.m. after some parts of the state recorded as much as 10 inches of snow yesterday.
Thank God that it hasn't happened before. We've been very blessed. So if we have another 3 months of this, I guess we can live through it.
Optimistic there. Residents on the East Coast, meantime, getting hit hard as well. You're taking a look at new video here from New Jersey, which was under a state of emergency, had crews on standby for water rescues there. They saw significant flooding. The storm also knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people across several central and southern states yesterday afternoon. Check out this incident here. This was on a Georgia highway just outside of Atlanta. A fallen tree severing a car, killing the driver inside. We are sadly getting word this morning of at least 4 storm-related deaths across the country. Now, here's a look at today's threat here. We know over half of the U.S. population remains under wind alerts, covering almost half of the South, extending into the Northeast, really seeing that in that winter weather advisory. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a closer look at this powerful system here. Amy, in Maryland, it looks like we're looking pretty good. Are we out of the woods?
Almost.
Yeah.
We're still looking at a windy day ahead of us. I am tracking your wind gusts for you hour by hour today. Nothing compared to what we saw yesterday, but it's still going to be blustery. So by 10 a.m. this morning, we're looking at wind gusts close to 30 miles an hour, 38 miles an hour, close to 40 miles an hour by lunchtime, by midday. And then as we head through the second half of the afternoon, you'll notice these numbers gradually step back down. So by this evening, we're looking at gusts closer to 22 miles an hour. We're briefly going to continue to dry things out and quiet down here in Maryland, but I'm already looking ahead to when our next weather maker arrives. So coming up in just about 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly when that gets here and how that next weather maker is going to compare to what we saw yesterday. It's 5:44. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
5:47 in this morning, we are tracking severe weather as recovery efforts are underway throughout the nation. That includes blizzards out to our west, to heavy rain and high winds along the east. The White House says it's keeping an eye on the impacts being felt by much of our country.
We are closely monitoring the weather, and we encourage all Americans to do the same. Do not become complacent and make sure to heed the warnings of local officials.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre notes a number of states have already declared states of emergency, including Florida, North Carolina, and New Jersey. She says the Biden administration is standing ready to support the communities nationwide as needed.
Here at home, we are dealing with the aftermath of heavy rain, high wind, and flooding. Take a look. Look at the conditions out there. This video is of Fells Point. It appears to show an adult trying to carry a child through that knee-high flood water, away from a bench and then over to some higher ground. But my goodness, that is a street.
Yeah, it looks like they were doing a photo op right there. It looks like, you know, holding a little child and somebody's taking a picture of them.
Right,
Yeah.
and then you get out of that as quickly as you can because you don't know what's in that. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here.
Yeah, messy situation last night, and now we are getting the reports of how much wind and how much rain we ended up seeing. Here's a look back at some of the wind gusts. So the Bay Bridge reported a wind gust up to 60 miles an hour, Sandy Point 52, and then it decreases from there. So at the airport officially 47 miles per hour. We also picked up a lot of rain, as you could see yesterday. Here's a look at some amounts across our region. Abingdon picking up 4.38 inches of rainfall, Long Green not far below that. And then in Mount Airy at the bottom there, almost 2.5 inches of rain. So between 2 and 4 inches of rain across our region. And that's why flooding was a big issue. Wind will be ongoing today, so we are still looking at a wind advisory areas north of Baltimore. This will take us through sunset tonight as winds continue to gust up to 40 miles an hour. And we've also got some continued flooding issues, so coastal flood warnings will continue for the shoreline locations. Plan on additional flooding there close to high tide, both this morning and then this evening too. Baltimore included in that flood warning. That will continue through 8 a.m. this morning due to some lingering high water in wake of the storm that moved through yesterday. All looks cloudy and quiet this morning. We've got some clouds now draped over the inner harbor. A couple of light rain showers still being reported. We're in the upper 40s, but here's that wind already ramping up this morning. A west-southwesterly wind now coming in at 19 miles an hour as that storm system pulls away from us. So strong area of low pressure pulling away from us, coming in behind it. We're going to dry things out today. There's that little batch of showers that's scooting out of here this morning. Once that gets out of here, I think we are dry for the rest of the day, but still pretty windy. Future scan doesn't show much happening today. Same tomorrow. So we've got a quiet couple of days ahead of us. Gives us a chance to regroup and clean up before a new weather maker moves in later this week. That's coming on Friday, not Friday morning. Your Friday morning drive is a dry one. It's Friday afternoon, after lunchtime, that we see this next slug of moisture pushing from the west. This will also be a rainmaker. We've got steady rain throughout your Friday afternoon, your Friday evening. I think that's when the heaviest pushes through, and it gets out of here before midnight. So it's a quick mover, but it does send us the potential for some heavier rain, and we could see some additional flooding issues because the ground is just so saturated now, especially in wake of what we saw yesterday. So looking ahead, we're going to dry things out tomorrow with highs in the upper 40s. I'm throwing more rain back into the mix Friday afternoon. Looks like that's out of here by Saturday, though. A windy start to the weekend with highs in the upper 40s. And then it gets colder. So after that weather maker moves through Friday into Saturday, some colder air surges in. We're close to 40 on Sunday. For the holiday on Monday, it's going to be a chilly one with highs in the upper 30s. Plus, we could see some snow showers. And then that chance for a few snow showers will linger through Tuesday. And yeah, our high temperature close to freezing. So definitely going to get much, much colder. Back to you.
A check here. We have Mark Jones with the MTA finding out how mass transit's moving along on this Wednesday morning. Mark?
Well, yes. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden Train 840 and Camden Train 841, both canceled this morning. And we've got Penn Train 407 operating with a 5-minute delay. Allow time, perhaps, in that instance. Out there on light rail, right on time service. Looking good for the commute start there. And Metro Subway on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark.
Former President Trump in court Tuesday arguing he can't be prosecuted for alleged election crimes because he has immunity. I'm Scott Thuman with both sides of that debate and what happened.
5:54 and making your headlines this Wednesday morning. According to new polling, President Biden and former President Trump have nearly equal favorability ratings in the race for the White House. A Gallup survey finds Biden is viewed favorably by 41% of U.S. adults. That's down from 49% in October of 2020. Trump has a 42% favorability rating, which is also down from 45% in that same month and year of October 2020. Most of Biden's slip is in support is among young adults and people of color. Of the presidential candidates named in the survey, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has the highest favorability rating.
Interesting. Making headlines this morning, the question of if former President Trump can be prosecuted for trying to overturn the 2020 election results.
That's what lawyers and judges debated as Donald Trump sat in a Washington, D.C. courtroom just yesterday. Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman explains the high-stakes proceedings and what happens next.
United States of America versus Donald J. Trump.
Instead of a campaign fight, a courtroom one for Donald Trump, as 3 judges heard arguments in his claim that he's immune from prosecution for his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election.
A president has to have immunity. And the other thing is I did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong.
Trump accused of spreading lies and trying to hold on to power despite his loss. He insists he was simply exposing voter fraud.
If I wasn't given immunity, then other presidents, when we talked about today, President Obama with the drone strikes, which were very bad, they were mistakes, terrible mistakes. You really can't put a president in that position.
But the judges sounded skeptical a president should have absolute immunity after leaving office.
Based on the questions today and the briefs that have been written, I expect that they will decide that former President Trump is not above the law and that he can be prosecuted.
Former U.S. Attorney John Fishwick on Trump's claim a president can't be prosecuted unless they've first been impeached and convicted by Congress.
This is an important legal issue. There's not a lot of law in this area, so I think the Supreme Court is going to be the ultimate decision maker on this issue.
I did not vote for Trump. I don't intend to vote for Trump, but I want to have a right to vote against Trump. I don't want it to be taken away by some Secretary of State or some judge. If you're going to prosecute the man running against the incumbent president, it better be a really slam dunk case, and I don't think any of these cases meet that criteria.
Timing is a big factor, too. This case is scheduled to go to trial March 4th. That's just one day before Super Tuesday, when millions of voters in more than a dozen states will cast their ballots. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
That brings us to our national question of the day. Do you think the charges against former President Trump are legitimate or political? So far, 83% of those who have responded voted political. If you'd like to weigh in, you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on vote. Click on the Pulse tab.
5:57 and topping your consumer news, Walmart is using artificial intelligence to improve its customer shopping experience. The nation's largest retailer says it will use AI to, quote, serve shoppers better. Walmart's new AI-powered search engine allows customers with iOS devices to receive more specific answers and products. Walmart is also working on its in-home replenishment service. The company is using AI to study customers' habits to estimate when they might run out of food items. Still no word on getting more cashiers.
No, we all work at Walmart now for at least 5 minutes at a time. If you have been dying to get your hands on a viral Valentine's Day Stanley tumbler, beware of some counterfeit versions popping up online. The price for the popular Quencher Stanley Cup is between $35 and $50, but police say some scammers are tricking customers by pretending to offer discounts. According to malwaretips.com, some phony websites are advertising the product for as low as $5.99. The Better Business Bureau says consumers should be cautious when scouring the internet, and if something sounds too good to be true, it most likely is.
Well, this powerful storm that you see right here, it is not done yet. We are taking you live here this morning as the Northeast now braces for more snow.
And as that storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it leaves behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the cleanup efforts underway here in Annapolis.
And we are still dealing with some of the impacts from yesterday's storm, and already I'm tracking another. I've got an updated look at when that arrives in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, look at that. We are following the aftermath of the severe weather that swept through the Baltimore region, leaving severe flooding and just fallen trees and debris like that across the state.
Well, the system leaving more than 13,000 homes across Maryland without power this morning. And we will keep you updated on the outages from BGE throughout the morning.
Well, from the studio to the roads, we have live team coverage this morning. We've got Shannon Lilly, who has the local impacts that we're seeing right now in the Inner Harbor, Olivia Dance in Annapolis with the damage and the cleanup efforts underway, and Megan Gillen in our live center with the nationwide damage. Good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we begin here in studio. We'll look at the current forecast with meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, we are looking at improving conditions today gradually. The storm is making its way out of here, but not before leaving behind some lingering flooding and some gusty winds. The showers are clearing, though. They are now pushing across the bay towards the eastern shore, so they should be getting out of here shortly. And after that, we will continue to dry things out today. Winds will continue to be an issue. They are coming from a different direction today. Yesterday, they were coming from the east. Now, behind that storm system, they're coming from the southwest. Current sustained winds anywhere from 10 to 20 miles an hour. We are looking at gusts even higher than that today. So here's a look at what we're expecting. Temperature-wise, we'll make a run for the mid and upper 40s. Winds will continue to gust as high as 35, 40 miles an hour this afternoon. Otherwise, it's going to be a much drier day. Drier tomorrow, too, but then our next weather maker arrives. I've got an updated look at exactly when that's going to arrive on Friday and then how much rainfall we could also see from that system. Tom?
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and there is an accident 97 southbound where 2 lanes are blocked. You can see all the flashing lights and the delay. Just off of that camera to the right, you can see how far backed up the traffic is with that red line. We know 2 vehicles involved. If you're heading in that direction, make sure you give yourself some extra time. We're also monitoring school closings and delays all across our state right now. Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Cecil, Howard, Talbot, Carroll, Harford County schools all on a 2-hour delay. Kent and Queen Anne County schools, they both have 90-minute delays. Worcester and Garrett County schools, they are closed for the day. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the morning. For the full list of closures and delays, head over to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
There is also significant flooding in Fells Point. Look at that. That's Alisana Street. You can see a couple inches of water still around the parked cars there, the wheels there, just not what you would expect. Shannon Lilly is joining us live now from downtown with a look at the conditions still this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, and still this morning, Patrice, we are seeing high water. What I'm standing in here, I mean, the flooding covering my feet here, and we're probably in the shallowest area of the flooded area in Fells Point. This is on Wolf Street. But take a look over here. You can see where the debris actually made its way up on the sidewalk. That gives you an idea of how high the waters were last night. So actually, things are looking a lot better. I don't know if you can hear it, but every so often, right now, if you listen, we can hear that crackling from the drain where that water is trying to recede. So we are seeing a lot of progress. I know our reporter was out here last night. He actually said that this water, these floodwaters, were up to his knees. You can see where it's at on me as I move further out here, nowhere near my knees. So we are seeing a lot of progress, but if you look further down the road here, you'll see where those cars, some of them got trapped in. We know that left a lot of people in a sticky situation last night where they couldn't get their car out, the water covering their tires. And so things a lot better this morning, but still this road pretty much impassable. And then as we look further up towards Alisana Street, where you see that yellow flashing light, Alisana Street right here at Wolf Street is also blocked off. So if you take that route where you're trying to get onto Boston Street, a lot of you guys commute that way, you won't be able to go that way this morning. You're going to want to find a different route, but maybe we'll see even more improvement in the coming hours, because like I said, even in just the last 30 minutes that we've been out here, it seems like it is receding. And as I said, we're hearing the crackling from the drain, so things looking a little bit better. But of course, we're going to stay out here and keep you guys posted on the conditions all throughout the morning. Patrice, Tom.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Well, as the legislative session begins today, cleanup underway due to the severe flooding in Annapolis. In fact, you can see some of the videos that we're showing you right here. Look at this video right here posted by Orioles Kangaroo. That's a kayak that he's sitting in and just taking the shots of the basically waves coming through there. It was flooded because of this storm. And that's where we find Olivia Dance, who's joining us live this morning with an update on the current conditions and any cleanup efforts that are underway here in the state's capital. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Certainly a lot of cleanup ahead here for the city of Annapolis. But I want to show you right now, I'm standing in just about a few inches of water, and this is about as deep as we want to go because this water just gets progressively deeper. But the good news is that the water is receding, and if we turn the camera around this way, I want to show you a sign of that. You can see debris all the way up the street there. That's a sign that the water was all the way up to there at one point, but also since we were here this morning, the water was past these cones. It's now receded past that. So good news, the water does seem to be receding pretty quickly, but once that water recedes, it's definitely going to be a lot of cleanup for the residents and business owners here. You can see the businesses have sandbags blocking their doors, just hoping they didn't get too much flooding. There's also an ice cream shop right there on the corner that's pumping water out of their building. So definitely a lot of cleanup ahead. But yesterday, the city handed out about 150 sandbags. I just showed you some of them to residents and business owners in preparation for all this flooding. The water was predicted to be 5 feet above average. Some of the businesses in this waterfront area closed early yesterday, and they're going to, of course, again, spend this morning cleaning up. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who's advising residents and drivers to use caution out and about today.
We'll just wait till the floodwater recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
We're telling people turn around, don't drown, that old adage where it's really hard to tell how deep water is. So if there are any barricades, don't drive around them, listen to folks if police are out redirecting traffic, things like that.
All right, well, definitely some helpful safety reminders there, especially until all of this water recedes. And to give you some perspective of, again, how deep this water is, you're looking at a cone right now that, is essentially most of it is covered by water. Our photojournalist, Megan, actually saw a couple jellyfish in this water a few moments ago. It's hard to see, though, at night. Hopefully they go back into the river once this water recedes. And we also saw some ducks swimming around right here on Dock Street. So a sign of just how far up this water has come. Today is also the start of the legislative session, as Tom mentioned. So, of course, we'll be monitoring to see if this flooding has any impact on that. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Baltimore is not the only city feeling the impacts of the ongoing storm, the effects it has already had, and where it's heading next.
Another wind advisory for today that will take us through sunset tonight. I'll explain exactly how high our winds are going to gust today and when we are tracking our next round of rain here in Maryland in just a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local.
This powerful storm now continuing up the East Coast today, bringing some frigid temperatures, powerful wind gusts, and floods.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand as of right now. Megan.
A lot of people in the dark here this morning, guys. When you do the math down here, there are more than 500,000 people here in the United States without power this morning. The majority in the red here, Pennsylvania and New York, really seeing that. And we know, guys, that number could go up even higher here as that storm moves up to the northeast right there. And also, you see it also impacting the Midwest pretty significantly right now. And it is causing major travel trouble. According to Flight Aware, look at this. Just yesterday, more than 1,400 flights were canceled. Nearly 9,000 flights were delayed across the country. And we are expecting more of that today. Taking a look at today's numbers right here, not too bad right now, but we're starting to see them tick up as the morning goes on. Let's go ahead and head out to the Midwest now this morning, taking you live to Des Moines, Iowa, where nearly a foot of snow was reported yesterday. Iowa City measuring a whopping 15 inches. Was enough snow to upend some GOP campaign plans. Both Vivek Ramaswamy and former President Donald Trump canceling events in that state. Less than a week, mind you, now from the caucuses. Moving now to the East Coast here this morning. Check out this whiteout. This is live from Moosehead Lake in Maine. You can see it is completely covered in snow here this morning. Some gusts of wind still moving through parts of the state, along with parts of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. They are all under coastal flood warnings here this morning. And at the same time, just a little farther south, this is a look at some new video from Florida's Panhandle. Heavily damaged. Several suspected tornadoes as a result of this. You can see down power lines, damage to building, damage to homes there in that area. Sadly, this morning we know of at least 4 storm-related deaths. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A new legislative session just hours from getting underway. The governor has already laid out his priorities, the 3 bills he wants to introduce that are aimed at public safety.
One major social media company is making changes to its content and what young users can access. More information ahead. 6:12 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all
We need accountability for the kids that are repeatedly violating the law. I believe in rehabilitation, but I will not tolerate lawlessness.
As the legislation session begins today, Governor Wes Moore unveiling his public safety priorities.
During a news conference, the governor outlined 3 bills that he is planning to introduce.
The Victim Compensation Reform Act to ensure victims have the services they need to move forward. The Growing Apprenticeship in Public Safety, or GAPS Act, which aims to help law enforcement recruiting. And following the Biden administration, Governor Moore is calling for the creation of a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention to track and remove illegal guns.
Join Fox 45 News for a Your Voice, Your Future State's Attorney Roundtable today. Top prosecutors Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will join us to discuss their legislative priorities for session 2024. The roundtable starts today at 7 p.m. You can watch it live on foxbaltimore.com.
A lot of power outages, a lot of trees down, and a lot of flooding along the roadways, a lot of swollen banks for those small creeks, too.
It was amazing how heavily that rain came down. The winds were blowing. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is joining us now, so there's no surprise we have the damage and cleanup today.
Yeah, exactly. And it rained all day long yesterday. And as a result, coastal flooding even not along the shoreline was a big issue. But here's a look at where additional coastal flooding will occur today and when. This is a look at our high tide times. So in Annapolis, I know things are looking a little better at the moment. We are expecting high tide again close to 4:47 this afternoon, so I think additional flooding then. Havre Grace is actually coming up this morning still just after 9. Baltimore at 5:55 this evening, and Bowling's Quarters actually shortly should see high tide there, so they could see a little bit of flooding still this morning too. Right now we're just looking cloudy, overcast over the Inner Harbor while we await sunrise this morning. It's looking cloudy and gloomy out there. Temperatures in the upper 40s to start. We're actually looking at a very breezy day ahead of us, and then we're watching our next weather maker already. We've got a day in between, but it looks like we're tracking more rain by Friday. And then after that, a big change. It's going to get much, much colder, feel like winter, and we're also throwing in the potential for some snow showers. Not today. Today, just some rain showers. They're actually scooting out of here now, crossing the bay, heading towards the eastern shore. Drier conditions coming in behind it. But you'll notice still a lot happening on the radar. Number one, we've got a wind advisory that will take us through sunset. Baltimore on northward as winds continue to gust as high as 35, 40 miles an hour. And then see all this green stuff here? That's some flood warnings that remain in place. Some coastal flood warnings, too, that will take us through high tide tonight. So we could see some additional flooding right along the shoreline there. And then winds. So here's a look at where our winds are gusting today. Not as high as they were yesterday, but we could still see wind gusts close to 30, 40 miles an hour as we head through the later half of the morning and straight into the afternoon. It's not until later tonight that I think these wind speeds will start to drop back off again. And overnight tonight, heading into your Thursday morning, you'll notice they drop significantly. So wind gusts are closer to 10, 15 miles an hour by this time tomorrow. But then we're already looking ahead to that next chance for some more rain. Not today, not tomorrow. So we've got 2 quiet days ahead of us on the future scan. But here comes that next storm system Friday. Friday morning starts off dry around daybreak, but then here comes the rain pushing in right around midday. So it's Friday afternoon, Friday evening. This system blows through here fast. It's out of here by Saturday morning, but not before leaving behind a little bit of rain. So a quick look at how much rain we could see from this system. Not as much as what we saw yesterday, but this forecast model still showing the potential for an additional inch. You add that on top of an already saturated ground, and that's what could lead to some flooding issues. So for today, cleanup begins. We are looking at a mix of clouds and sun from here on out. Little breezy out there today. Temperatures will make their way into the mid and upper 40s. Tonight, a quiet night under clear skies. Temperatures are going to fall, and it's going to be a cold one. Perfect night to cozy in. Temperatures will drop back into the 30s tonight, near freezing by tomorrow morning. And then here's that weekend forecast. Heading into a holiday weekend, actually, we've got rain showing up Friday afternoon, Friday night. But after that, we're dry. It's going to be blustery on Saturday with highs in the upper 40s. And then Sunday's much, much colder with highs close to 40. So we do have another chance for rain coming up in our 7-day forecast. That's Friday into early Saturday. Over the weekend, we dry out. And then check out these numbers. By MLK Day on Monday, we're in the upper 30s with a chance for some snow showers. Another chance for a few more snow showers on Tuesday. And it's going to be noticeably colder, with high temperatures only in the low 30s. Tom, Patrice.
All right, thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are following an accident on 97 southbound. 2 lanes are blocked. This is in Glen Burnie area. Doesn't look like it's causing any problems. Don't even see where the accident was anymore at this point. We know that there were 2 vehicles involved. So just a heads up if you have to give your, if you have to head that direction, keep an eye out for that. Taking a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track in the area of Catonsville, just past Ellicott City. And take a look at that. Smooth sailing, no flooding, no issues, at least in this area. So that is some good news. Major thoroughfare right there for commuters who have to get up and out this morning. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA to see if they're encountering any problems because of the aftermath of the storm. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Fared out pretty well for the most part as it relates to the storm. We do have a couple cancellations on the MARC train system that are related to some flooding. 840 and 841 canceled this morning. But the other trains look good for travel as far as cancellations are concerned. Just a couple minor delays. Penn Train 407 and Penn Train 511 running about 5 minutes late. Allow time perhaps for travel in those instances. If your ride is on light rail, it's on time. No delays or issues there, but Metro Subway operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Is there something in your body that could make you more prone to spending more time on social media? I'm Liz Bonus. New study looks at inflammation. We explain just ahead.
Is your identity secure? Coming up in our next hour, the steps that you can take this morning to prevent identity theft. 621, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. .624 and developing this Wednesday morning. Meta plans on limiting the kind of content teens can see on Facebook and Instagram. The company says the restrictions are intended to, quote, give teens more age-appropriate experiences on their apps. Now, this comes as Meta faces accusations it's addictive and harmful to younger users' mental well-being. The update will default users to more restrictive settings. The change also comes after a bipartisan group of 42 attorneys general announced a lawsuit against Meta, alleging its products are hurting young people.
This all comes as questions are rising over certain people being destined to spend more time on social media.
Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares new research which shows it's possible based on a new discovery.
Hey there, everybody. Hello to you. This discovery is a connection through a level in your blood that measures inflammation. New research just published in the journal Brain Behavior and Immunity shows a surprising finding between social media use and inflammation in the body. Inflammation is often called a quiet killer in the body. It can raise your risk of heart disease and other serious joint problems such as arthritis. You measure inflammation through a level in the blood called C-reactive protein. When researchers looked at more than 500 young adults who were participating in a social media study, they found those who use social media a lot have a higher level of C-reactive protein in the blood. Researchers found even when they adjusted for other factors such as depression, personality type, and gender, in all of the subjects, people who were drawn to social media had this higher level of C-reactive protein. Nobody is quite sure why, but public health providers do say this.
All the time you're on social media, you're not active, and you need to be active to really, speed up your body to reduce inflammation. By inflammation, that is just your body sort of, reacting and not being able to fight infections and things like that.
So are some of us more wired to use this media physically, or do we get this level climbing when we spend more time on Facebook, X, and Instagram? Since it's too soon to really know the answer to that, researchers say it's something to explore because it could help us target who's at risk for prolonged social media use or maybe even addiction to it. In the meantime, if you want to know more about your levels of inflammation, ask your doctor to check your C-reactive protein. It's a simple blood test. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Well, believe it or not, this floodwater here is actually receding. Coming up, we'll take a look at the conditions here in Fells Point following last night's storm and how it's going to impact your commute this morning.
Taking you now live to Towson as some roads around the Baltimore region are continuing as we continue to track the latest severe weather damage throughout the state. 627, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are monitoring school closings, delays all across the state. In fact, there's a list right here. Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Cecil, Howard, Talbot, Carroll, Harford County schools all on a 2-hour delay.
Kent County, Queen Anne's County both have 90-minute delays, and Worcester County and Garrett County, those schools are closed for the day. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the morning if that list changes. But for right now, the full list of closures and delays, you can just find it on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This is all due to the severe weather that swept through the state yesterday. And because of the cleanup that's underway this morning, we have live team coverage from the studio to the roads. Shannon Lilly has local impacts that we're seeing right now at the Inner Harbor. Olivia Dance is in Annapolis with the damage and the cleanup efforts that are underway. And Megan Gillen is here in our live center with the nationwide damage. We want to begin in studio with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's looking ahead for today. Weather-wise, it feels a little bit warmer when you open that door.
It does. It felt eerily warm last night as that storm system kind of moved through, but temperatures will come back down. So back to reality eventually today, and winds are going to pick up. I did want to start off with this overview of the path of damage the storm left behind. If you look west, you'll see snowfall reports, but locally we didn't see any of that. We just saw the heavy rain, the flooding, and the wind damage. So the little houses you're seeing here on the map, that's where we saw some flooding reported, and then the little trees, that's where we saw some downed trees. So be prepared. You might encounter both on your drive this morning. Be prepared for some flooding, some road closures. Due to that, even some downed trees out there. The rest of the morning looks pretty quiet otherwise. Partly cloudy and breezy today. Winds will be gusting up to 35, 40 miles an hour at times. But because of what we saw yesterday, that's why your morning drive gets the yellow light and not the green light just yet. Now, already I'm looking ahead to when our next weather maker arrives. Coming up in 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at exactly when that gets here and what that means for the rest of the week. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And the accident we were showing you before, 97 southbound, has been cleared. Taking a live look at some of the cameras around the major roads, and no issues to report on the major roads. Everyone's moving fine. As you just heard Amy talking about those secondary roads, there are a lot of weather-related closures, so just be careful as you're heading out.
Well, as the legislative session begins today, cleanup is underway due to the severe flooding in Annapolis. Take a look at right there. This tweet says in Annapolis tonight ahead of the start of our legislative session tomorrow. And take a look outside in the middle of this storm, and the street right next to the state capitol is flooded under several feet of water. So that's where we find Olivia Dance, who is joining us now with an update on the current conditions and the cleanup effort as people, those lawmakers need to get to work. And so does everyone else this morning, Olivia.
Yeah, absolutely, Patrice. And some good news, the water is actually receding. If you see further up here, there's debris, and that shows you just how far up the water was at some point. That's basically the end of Dock Street. Now, when we got here just about an hour and a half ago at 5 o'clock, the water was here on this corner. But the bad news is this street is still very flooded. Pretty much this whole Annapolis waterfront area is flooded. So we just walk a little bit this way and we start to get into a couple inches of water. You really don't want to go much further than this because this water gets progressively deeper pretty quickly. Also, businesses here, you can see they prepared. Thankfully, they put sandbags in front of their doors. And further up on the corner here, this ice cream shop, they had a filter that was pumping water out of their building. So the businesses took precaution, but definitely not looking great right now. This whole area is flooded. Once this water recedes, though, it, of course, will be all hands on deck for all of the businesses and residents in this area. Yesterday, the city handed out about 150 of those sandbags that I just showed you to residents and business owners in preparation for all this flooding, as the water was predicted to be 5 feet above average. Now, some of the businesses in this waterfront area closed early yesterday, understandably. And as I mentioned, they're going to spend this morning cleaning up. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who's advising residents and drivers to use caution out and about today. Take a listen.
Tomorrow morning, we'll just wait till the floodwater recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
If there are things like down trees, on wires, use detours whenever possible. Other things that we're telling people is just, we always see where people wade into the waters, kayak into the waters. It's really hard to tell what is in the water as far as any creatures or trash or things like that. It's just safer just to enjoy it from the safety of your own home.
definitely some helpful safety reminders there, especially until all of this water recedes. And you heard her mention creatures and trash in the water. We actually spotted some jellyfish in the water this morning, so hopefully they float back into the river when this water recedes. We've also seen ducks floating around here. This dock street has basically become the river itself, an extension of the river. So pretty crazy to see here. Also, as you mentioned, today is the start of the legislative session. So, of course, we'll continue to monitor all of this flooding to see if it will have any impact on that. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And there's also significant flooding in Fells Point. This is video from Alisana Street, and you can see a couple inches of water around the wheels of some of those parked cars. Shannon Lilly is actually joining us live from downtown Baltimore with a look at the conditions there, and a little bit more than just a couple inches in some of these spots here, Shannon.
Oh, absolutely, Tom. But believe it or not, aside from the view behind me where it probably looks really bad, things are actually getting a lot better. We're seeing some progress. But if you take a look here at my feet, you can see just about how high this water is right now. Just covering my feet, we're probably in the shallower end, though, of the flooded section, right just at this intersection of Thames Street here along Wolf Street is where we're seeing the deepest water. You can see where the cones got knocked over from these floodwaters. And just down that road, further down, is the bay. So that's where we're seeing the water come up and really still pool in the roadway. But I mentioned the progress. If you look closely at the roads, we can actually see the cobblestones now. So that is some progress. And further down Wolf Street, that little section where we are fully seeing the street, that wasn't there just about an hour ago. We were seeing that covered with water. So we've been hearing the crackling of the drain. The water is trying to recede, and we are seeing that progress here this morning. Last night, our reporter was saying that the water was coming up close to his knees. That's nowhere near what we're seeing here this morning. So some good news, but still, of course, this road's pretty much impassable for the time being here. Wolf and Thames Street, and then further down Alisana Street and Wolf Street also impassable. But conditions getting better, and we're going to continue to monitor them throughout the morning. Of course, Fells Point, we know, is an area that typically sees a lot of flooding, but this time a lot worse. And we know that they did prepare with sandbags. And so all of that preparation hopefully did help. And we're going to continue to check on how things go throughout the morning. Tom, Patrice?
Well, that powerful storm system that impacted us, it is not done yet. We are taking you live this morning as the system moves up the northeast, and they're bracing for more snow.
We're breezy again today with a slight chance of rain, but there's some warmer temperatures that will greet you when you step out. Later on, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next weather maker, bringing another batch of showers to the region.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Intense weather continued across the country Tuesday. The National Weather Service to assess if a tornado scattered these bricks and caused other damage in Bamberg, South Carolina. In North Carolina, this retaining wall toppled onto cars after heavy and steady rain near Asheville. Flooding also a concern in parts of western North Carolina and Green Bay, Wisconsin, among parts of the country dealing with snow.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
641, our weather authority HD radar showing that powerful system now moving up the East Coast today after just wreaking havoc on the Central Plains.
In fact, we want to get right over to Megan Gillen at our live center with a look at what many are waking up to this morning. Megan?
Check this out, guys. This is some new drone video coming into our newsroom. This is what Wisconsin looks like this morning. Some parts of that state recording as much as 10 inches of snow just yesterday.
Thank God that it hasn't happened before. We've been very blessed. So if we have another 3 months of this, I guess we can live through it.
She's optimistic. Residents on the East Coast, though, getting hit hard as well. This is some new video coming into our newsroom from New Jersey, which was under a state of emergency, had crews on standby for water rescues as they saw significant flooding there. The storm also knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people across several central and southern states yesterday afternoon. Take a look at this incident. This was on a Georgia highway. It happened just outside of Atlanta. There was a fallen tree that severed a car, killing the driver. And we are getting word this morning of at least 4 storm-related deaths across the country here. Today's big threat is going to be that wind. Over half of the U.S. population remains under wind alerts right now, covering a lot of the south, extending up into the northeast, where they're expected to see that winter weather there as well. Let's bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson with what we could feel today. The wind still an issue, Amy?
Yeah, we're getting in on the wind action too, Megan. We've actually got our own wind advisory today. It's Baltimore on northward. That's where it's in place. Will take us through sunset, so up through 5 o'clock this evening. It's the tan shading you're seeing here on the map, but really it's going to be breezy and blustery anywhere today. Here's a quick preview of how high our winds are going to gust. Nothing compared to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday we had winds peaking at 50, 60 miles an hour in some locations. Today we'll be closer to 30, 35, 40 miles an hour this afternoon. And then I'm already looking ahead to when our next weather maker arrives. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that and what it means for the rest of the week in 10 minutes. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Still to come with yesterday's storm behind us, we are looking at an incredible amount of damage left in its wake. In the next hour, we'll take you through the flooding in Baltimore and Annapolis. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
6:46 and topping your morning rush. Severe weather impacting Annapolis. As yesterday's storm moves out of our region, it leaves behind flooding in many areas, especially in our state's capital. And that's where we are finding Olivia Dance this morning, who's joining us live now with what the flooding looks like there as we have the session starting here this morning too. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, some good news. I just heard from Delegate Kathy Szeliga, and she says that she doesn't think that this flooding will impact the start of session. Also, some other good news. The water here is receding. So they just opened up Randall Street here, and they're bringing in the street cleaners because there is a lot of debris around here from where the water once was. But again, I want to show you, if we pan this way, still a lot of flooding here. Very quickly, you start to walk into just a couple inches of water, and then it just gets progressively deeper and deeper. And this is still basically the end of Dock Street. Yesterday, when we were live, we were all the way at the other side of the street, right by the water. But now Dock Street has essentially become an extension of the river. So much so that we've actually spotted some jellyfish here in the flooding. We've seen ducks floating around. So hopefully the jellyfish and other animals kind of recede and just float back into the river with the water. We also know that several businesses around here are prepared. They have sandbags in front of their doors. So as the sun comes up and we start to get a better picture of this flooding and the potential damage, hopefully their businesses will be okay. But we'll continue to monitor this flooding all morning. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fells Point also experiencing significant flooding, but this morning we're seeing some progress. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at the conditions there in Fells Point. Shannon.
Yeah, despite what it might look like behind us here, Patrice, with very high water, we are actually seeing a lot of progress. Like you said, the water is starting to recede here. Look closely. Oh, look, we've got a car coming through here. So they're testing it. And it looks like they made it. That is not recommended, but that does give you an idea of just how much the water has receded, because that car is able to do that. You can see the cobblestones here on this street as well. We couldn't see that earlier. And that area where just down Wolf Street, where there's no water, essentially, it's not covered in water, that was fully submerged in water when we first got out here. That gives you some perspective, but again, still a long way to go before this road is completely clear of all the flooding. But we're going to stay out here and continue to monitor the conditions and check back in with you guys coming up in 15 minutes.
All right, Shannon, thank you.
Well, now it's time to find out exactly what this means today. I know a lot of kids are going in late. They have 2-hour delays. Right. A lot of the schools around the system, because the system has moved out of the area.
Right. They came home early yesterday. They're going in late today. Parents are juggling it all. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here.
Yeah, from rain and wind, not even from snow. But I've got some math for you guys right now. I'm going to show you something kind of cool. Okay, so pay attention to the numbers here. This is a look at our rainfall totals from yesterday. Now, all these airports set brand new rainfall records. So Baltimore, BWI picked up 2.61 inches of rain. So I did a little math here, and this is just a really, really rough estimate. If that had been snow yesterday, isn't that crazy? We would have had 26.1 inches of snowfall. Now, that's using the most basic 10 inches of snow to 1 inch of liquid ratio, but kind of crazy stuff. So that would have certainly warranted a snow day yesterday. Of course, it was all rain here, but a lot of rain, 2.61 inches, enough to cause flooding. We've got lingering flood warnings this morning, and actually also some coastal flooding issues. So they'll continue through high tide tonight along the shoreline. Additional flooding expected where we're already seeing it because of what happened and what fell yesterday. All looks quiet now at the inner harbor. In wake of all that rain, we're just cloudy this morning, upper 40s at the moment. A westerly wind coming in now at 9 miles an hour. Still breezy today as that very powerful area of low pressure pulls away from us. Winds will ramp up behind it today. These showers are already clearing out of here, so I think we are dry for the remainder of the day, and we'll stay dry both today and tomorrow. Smooth sailing through your Wednesday into your Thursday. Tomorrow actually looks bright, sunny, and nice and calm. But then we get into Friday, and that's when our next weather maker arrives. This one's also going to push in from the west, and it's also going to be a rainmaker. It only arrives Friday afternoon, though. So Friday morning, you're in good shape. Friday afternoon, that's when we see the showers push in and take over for Friday night plans. This one will be a quick mover, but it does come with the potential for up to an inch of rain in a lot of spots. You add that on top of what's an already very saturated ground, and I think we could see some additional flooding issues. So we do have a chance to regroup and clean up. That will last through tomorrow. Bright and sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 40s. Here comes that next weather maker on Friday. We are tracking more rain from that system. And then by Saturday, it's out of here. Mostly cloudy but very windy on Saturday before the colder air rushes in. So we've got 2 drier days ahead of us. Next round of rain moves in Friday afternoon. That's out of here by Saturday. So looking ahead at your holiday weekend, looks mostly dry. It's going to turn much colder. We're back close to 40 by Sunday. MLK Day on Monday does come with a shot at some snow showers. It's also going to be chilly with highs in the upper 30s. Take note of our high temperature on Tuesday. It's right around freezing. And check out the overnight lows. Lows are dipping into the low 20s by Tuesday morning, and we'll continue with that chance for a few snow showers too. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And there's basically weather-related closures around the area. And right now, what you're seeing is a tow truck moving away from a vehicle. This is on Pulaski Highway. And you can see it from the outer loop. The camera's actually on the outer loop pointing down at Pulaski Highway here. And it's showing that vehicle that was off the road. A police officer stopped by, called a tow truck about last half hour, and they towed it out. That's it. Not causing any delays. Everybody else, the reason why delays are there is all weather-related and some flooding issues.
Coming up, yesterday, severe weather has left damage and destruction in its wake. Up next, we're checking out the scenes in both downtown Baltimore and Annapolis.
Learn about Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. Mark Clark will be telling us where you can relive the history of his impact during this weekend, and it all bears his name. But before we do that, and before we go exploring and going down history's lane, we need to get some energy going.
It's time for a coffee break.
.655, and this morning our viewers have been sending us photos and videos of the flooding that's been occurring in their region after yesterday's heavy rains. Nancy from Bel Air sent us this video of her driving through some huge puddles here in her neighborhood.
Yeah, Caitlin sent us this picture of flooding in Water's Edge Park in Dundalk, and you can see just how high those waters are.
Austin sent us this photo of a downed tree in Locust Point, completely uprooted during the storm.
Wow, and that's the danger, and that's what's so scary about storms like that. If we want to see the damage in your area, if you can safely get pictures and videos, share them with Fox 45. Just scan that QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Someone is driving a vehicle that they stole. They are not paying the insurance on that car. They don't own that car, so they're not going to drive with any kind of care. They're already quite willing to commit a felony, so they're not going to drive appropriately.
City in crisis, the trend of stolen vehicles continues after recording more than 11,000 auto thefts in 2023, not including the carjackings. Baltimore police data revealing more than 100 cars have been stolen since January 1st.
And now we've learned that a crash involving a suspected stolen car on Monday night has turned deadly. Fox 45's Amy Simpson digs into the details and examines the danger that stolen cars pose to other drivers on the road.
It was about 6:30 when Baltimore police say its helicopter Foxtrot was tracking a car with stolen tags in the Western District. Police say officers on the ground tried to stop the car, but instead the vehicle refused and sped up before crashing into another car along West Franklin Street. The other driver, likely an innocent civilian, was pronounced dead at the scene.
Law enforcement wants to be able to curb vehicle thefts because stolen vehicles are much more than just a property crime.
Sergeant Betsy Smith, spokesperson for the National Police Association, speaking to the public safety risk of stolen cars on the road.
When somebody steals a car and is driving it around, they're not driving it around to take their kids to school, go to the grocery store, things like that. Generally speaking, they are driving it to either commit an additional crime, to use that vehicle for parts, very often to joyride.
Today, Baltimore police said charges are pending against the 18-year-old driver of that suspected stolen vehicle. The teen still in the hospital. Authorities also say they've charged an 18-year-old passenger with a handgun violation. So far, police have yet to release the name of that 53-year-old man killed in the crash. Looking for more details and context of the tragedy, Fox 45 News searched for emergency dispatch audio from Monday evening, but archived audio feeds for BPD's Western District unavailable between 5:48 and 8:46 p.m. Monday. Broadcastify, the site which publicly archives these recordings, telling Fox 45 News there was an outage impacting many of its feeds. Fox 45 now asking Baltimore police to share those dispatch recordings. In Baltimore, Amy Simpson, Fox 45 News.
Car thefts were a topic of discussion during mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon's meet and greet last night. Several older Baltimore residents voiced concerns about a lack of security at their buildings, leading to more car thefts. Dixon says there needs to be more collaboration between the building owners and law enforcement.
Now that the older adult buildings are managed by the private entities, we really have to put the fire under their feet to take on more responsibilities on what's going on inside and outside of those buildings, because they're being funded by HUD, but they're being managed by private entities.
Now, if you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. Tell us what happened. Send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
High water here in Fells Point, and this is actually improvement, believe it or not. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the conditions that you'll be waking up to this morning.
As that storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it's leaving behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis with the cleanup and current conditions.
And we are looking at a windy day ahead of us before our next weather maker arrives here in Maryland. I've got an updated look at exactly how high our winds will gust today and when more rain arrives in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding across our state.
Yeah, take a look at some of the video. On the left, a look in the flooding at Fells Point that happened last night. You can see a couple of inches of water around the tires of some of those parked vehicles.
On the right, even the animals are taking cover. Kayla in Pasadena sent us this photo of a squirrel clinging to a window screen, trying to keep itself dry. Well, good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, January 10th. We all felt like that squirrel yesterday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers. This morning we have live team coverage as thousands of Marylanders waking up to flood damage.
That's right. On the top left of your screen, we've got Shannon Lilly, who is live in Fells Point. We're going to get to her in a few minutes with more on the damage there.
And then you can see at the bottom left there, Olivia Dance is live in Annapolis assessing the damage just hours before lawmakers from all across the state of Maryland make their way to the State House for the first day of the 2024 legislative session.
And then on the bottom right of your screen, we've got a live look at road conditions from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. We're going to get out to him and see what he's seeing in a minute. But we want to start right here in studio this morning with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a check of the forecast. And Amy, someone posted on my Facebook page, Amy brought all this weather back with her so she could have something to talk about.
It is nice having stuff to talk about. But of course, I didn't want all this rain, too much rain across our region. The showers are racing out of here. They're now pushing their way towards the eastern shore, and we're going to dry things out. So I'm bringing some sunshine for the next 2 days at least. We are looking at another windy day ahead of us. Current wind speeds anywhere from calm up to 15 miles an hour right now. So we are looking at another breezy, blustery day ahead of us, just nothing compared to what we saw yesterday. So we are looking at the return of some sunshine this afternoon. High temperatures will make a run for the mid and upper 40s today, but still windy. I did put how high winds will be gusting in the tiny text there. So you'll notice winds peak around 2 o'clock this afternoon, gusting up to 40 miles an hour at that point before they calm back down tonight. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, unfortunately, I am going to talk about more rain in our 7-day forecast. I'll let you know when that next weather maker arrives in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. We're monitoring school closings, delays across the state, and they're constantly being updated. In fact, right now, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard, Talbot, Carroll schools are all on a 2-hour delay. Well, Kent County has a 90-minute delay. Queen Anne's County, Worcester, and Cecil, Hartford, Garrett County schools, they are all now closed for the day. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the morning. And of course, look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. If you'd like the full list of closures and delays, you can head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Well, this morning, there are still more than 700 power outages across Maryland, and over 12,000 total customers have been impacted. We'll keep you updated on the outages throughout the morning.
This morning, Fox 45 is checking out flood damage all across our region.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now from Fells Point with a look at what it's like out there as of this morning. Shannon.
Well, still very high water, Patrice and Tom. There's no doubt about that. But we're actually seeing this as an improvement here. We are seeing that the water is receding a little bit, but still very high. Especially, you can see this is the sidewalk that I'm standing on, and my feet are covered in this water. You can see the debris here that's made its way up on the sidewalk. We're seeing that scattered across sidewalks throughout Fells Point. Right now, we are right at the intersection of Wolf and Tame Street, and you can also see where these cones got knocked over from those floodwaters that came up from the bay and really just knocked them over. But again, this is progress that we're seeing here this morning. Not nearly as high as what we were seeing last night when the water came up to our reporters' knees. Just further down the road here, Wolf Street, we are being able to actually see the road. And if you notice, it looks like there is a car trying to come this way. We've seen a few cars coming down Wolf Street, certainly not advised, but the DPW truck that was blocking off the road has since moved. And so cars have been coming down this way and then kind of finding themselves in a tricky situation once they get to this area of high water where, you should turn around if you can, but some of them have just been making their way through. Obviously not advised there, but conditions are getting a little bit better. We are hearing those drains, the crackling of them, and so we know that the water is going down, and that is the good news this morning. But those are the conditions here in Baltimore. Now we want to get over to Olivia Dance in Annapolis to see how things are looking there. And Olivia, I heard that you actually saw a jellyfish in the flooding there.
Yes, Shannon, we did see a jellyfish in the water here. Hard to see them at night, and hopefully they float back into the river when this water recedes. But I heard the water is receding near you, which is great. Good news here in Annapolis, the water is also receding. see that they have now opened up Randall Street. Here they have the street cleaners out, just picking up all that debris where the water once flooded up to. If we walk this way, though, you can see this area very much still flooded. You just walk a little bit and you're already in a couple inches of water. There's actually a paddleboarder, or he was. You can't see him behind that building, but there is a paddleboarder out there right now floating around. I don't know if he's trying to get to one of the businesses or not, but it just shows you how deep this water is. It's essentially become an extension of the river. Also, I do want to show you that Mission Barbecue right here. This is one of the businesses right along Dock Street. They put sandbags out and they just turned on their lights, and an employee went inside. But despite the sandbags, you can see there is water, puddles of water still inside on the floor there. But overall, damage doesn't look too bad. So hopefully it's the same for the other businesses in this area. Yesterday, the city handed out about 150 of those sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation for all this flooding, as the water was predicted to be 5 feet above average. Some of the businesses in this waterfront area closed early yesterday, and they're going to be spending this morning cleaning up. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who, of course, is advising residents and drivers to use caution out and about today.
We'll just wait till the floodwater recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
We're telling people, turn around, don't drown, that old adage, where it's really hard to tell how deep water is. So if there are any barricades, don't drive around them, listen to folks if police are out redirecting traffic, things like that.
Definitely some helpful safety reminders there, especially until all of this water recedes. And I mentioned it is starting to recede. Right now, you're getting a more clear shot of that paddleboarder who just put his board in and is just paddling around out there on Dock Street. You can also see some of these cones closer to us to give you an idea of just how quickly this water gets deeper and deeper. Those cones are pretty much completely covered by the water. So definitely want to avoid this area. And also, Tom mentioned that today is the start of legislative session. I just heard from Delegate Kathy Szeliga, and she said that she doesn't think that the start of session will be impacted by all of this flooding. So that's some good news as well. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Powerful storm now continuing up the East Coast, bringing frigid temperatures, powerful wind gusts, and floods.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with where things stand as of right now. Megan.
In the dark for many people. As of this morning, guys, when you look at the numbers here, there's about 500,000 people across the United States without power from this storm. You can see Pennsylvania, New York in the red. They're seeing the most outages. And we also know that number is likely to go up even more as this storm moves up the East Coast here. You can see it being impacted there. There are also significant impacts to the Midwest right now. It's causing major travel issues as well. This was yesterday, according to FlightAware, more than 1,400 flights canceled, more than 9,000 flights delayed across the country. Today, starting to see those numbers tick up, but nothing compared to what we saw yesterday. Much better. Let's go ahead and head out to the Midwest, taking you live right now to Des Moines, Iowa, where nearly a foot of snow was reported yesterday. They did a pretty good job cleaning those streets right there. Iowa City measuring a whopping 15 inches of snow. Enough snow to upend some GOP campaign plans, by the way. Both Vivek Ramaswamy and former President Donald Trump canceling events in that state less than a week now from the Iowa caucuses, mind you. Let's go ahead and take you live now, moving to the East Coast. This is live to Moosehead Lake, Maine. Look at that as the sun comes up. Still looking like whiteout conditions there, completely covered in snow this morning. One more live shot. This was pretty interesting. Also coming out of Maine this morning, this is Portland, where you can see the camera shaking. Strong winds moving up and down the East Coast here today. Parts of that state, along with parts of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, they are all under coastal flood warnings here this morning. Now, at the same time, guys, take a look at this new video from Florida's Panhandle as we take you a little farther south. Heavily damaged from several suspected tornadoes. Still waiting for confirmation on that end. There's downed power lines, damage to buildings, as you can see right there, and homes as well. Sadly, this morning, guys, we do know of at least 4 storm-related deaths across the country. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
We need accountability for the kids that are repeatedly violating the law. I believe in rehabilitation, but I will not tolerate lawlessness.
As the legislative session begins today, Governor Wes Moore is unveiling his public safety priorities.
During a news conference, the governor outlining 3 bills he's planning to introduce.
The Victim Compensation Reform Act to ensure that victims have services they need to move forward.
Now, the growing apprenticeship in public safety, or it's called the GAPS Act, which aims to help law enforcement recruiting.
And following the Biden administration, Governor Moore is calling for the creation of a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention to track and remove illegal guns.
A top priority for top prosecutors is changing the Juvenile Interrogation Act.
They wanted to require defense attorneys to be present in person during questioning instead of just on the phone. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost pressed the governor on that policy push.
Do you support that as well?
I think all options need to be on the table. And I think as we're going into this next legislative session, we are going to work with our state's attorneys. We're going to work with our legislative partners.
From your administration, though, would you push to support making changes to that act?
I think all options need to be on the table.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. If lawmakers do not change the juvenile crime law, should they be recalled? So far, 98% of those who have voted responded yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. Our coverage begins today. You can follow along on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
You can join Fox 45 News for a Your Voice, Your Future State's Attorney Roundtable, and it's happening tonight. Top prosecutors Ivan Bates, Aisha Braveboy, Scott Schellenberger, and Rich Gibson will be joining us to discuss their legislative priorities for the session 2024. Roundtable starts at 7, and you can watch it live at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, it's 7:12, and we need to get another check of today's forecast following what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Amy Aronson. And Amy, a lot of schools were going from 2-hour delay, now going to closures. That's on our ticker.
Yeah, flooding issues continue along with downed trees from the winds yesterday. Here's a look at our continued flood alerts. We've got a flood warning that continues for the Baltimore City area, plus coastal flood warnings that run up and down the shoreline right along the bay there. And that's because we'll continue to see some high water there, especially as we near high tide again this evening. So I think flooding issues will be ongoing in the locations that have already seen it. And winds will continue to be a problem too. So we've got another wind advisory today from Baltimore on northward. Everyone shaded in that tan color there. This means our winds will continue to gust as high as 30 to 40 miles an hour in a lot of locations. Then we're briefly going to dry things out, but already I'm looking ahead to when our next weather maker arrives. Looks like it gets here on Friday. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll walk you through the timeline for that storm hour by hour. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at the stories that are making your headlines this hour. Many of you seeing the severe flooding in your neighborhood. We'll take a look at the impact of this storm system.
Data breaches can put your information at risk. Still ahead, the steps you can take to limit your vulnerability. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
An identity theft case happens every 22 seconds and takes roughly 6 months to recover. There are steps that you can take this morning to limit your vulnerability. Sometimes there is really nothing you can do about when major companies get attacked. Today, it gets personal. Joining us for this week's Confident Consumer with the Better Business Bureau, Angie Barnett. Angie, I know you're fired up on this one because you report on it all the time, and you're telling people, okay, this is the way what you need to do. This is how you need to protect yourself best possible. But when the major companies get hit, and then you get information finding out, like, wait a minute, I had a mortgage 10 years ago, and now my information's been leaked. What does that mean?
Absolutely. And for me personally, in the last few months, my mortgage company, that's a big one, and my healthcare system. So getting notices of that, and remember, a breach report to their customer is oftentimes months after it actually occurred. So there's this period of time you don't even know about it. So I want to just quickly describe the steps I went through because personal identity theft is different than credit card fraud. Fraud is just, they got your account number, you just get a new card. It sounds so simple these days, how desensitized we are. But in the case of identity theft, they have your social security, they have enough information to open loans, to open any credit cards, to take a job. They can they're pretending to be you. So the first thing I did was I go to annualcreditreport.com. It's the only FTC approved website. That will take me step by step of what to do. Report it to your credit bureaus. There's 3 of them, and I got a credit freeze put on my account. A credit freeze means nobody can apply for a loan or any credit in your name, and you will be notified. So
you'll be notified if somebody tries?
Exactly. And one of the things you do also is if you're, going to need a car loan or something, you've got to thaw it and then freeze it. That takes a little bit of time. It can't be when you're standing in line wanting to get that free credit card.
You're not driving home with that car today. You need to plan ahead.
So, and your other option is it's just a credit alert. It provides less protection, and it's dependent on the creditor to alert you that there is, something going on. So I really go with a credit freeze. Next steps I did was I notified every creditor, my bank, everybody I could. And the last thing I want to remind people is if you're a victim, please, please, please file your taxes as soon as possible, because that's my biggest fear. Somebody has my social security number and they're going to apply for taxes.
And your mortgage information. And so there's a lot of avenues. 6 months to recoup on average from something like that.
So everybody's got to take care.
You scam the wrong people. That's right. Don't mess with people from Better Business Bureau. Angie, thank you so much. We appreciate it and taking that personal. In fact, we want to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like today. Speaking of personal, if you step out your door, it feels a little bit warmer. But, Amy, there's still a lot of flooding concerns that are out there.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a look at when our high tide times will occur today. We could see additional flooding in the shoreline locations again today. So Annapolis, that would be 4:47 this afternoon. Haverty Grace actually coming up at 9:01 this morning still. Baltimore close to 6 o'clock this evening. And then Bowling's Quarters, I just updated that to close to 9 o'clock tonight. So flooding issues ongoing in wake of that storm that dropped 2 to 4 inches of rainfall across our region yesterday. Right now, we're starting to brighten up this view of the Inner Harbor. Get a look at what's going on down there. Just looks kind of cloudy, 48 degrees currently. It's going to be a breezy day. More rain coming on Friday, so another wet day ahead of us. And then we're going to cool things down for the holiday weekend and eventually talk about some snow showers. We are looking at a drier radar right now. The showers we saw earlier have scooted out of here, and things are looking better for the next, actually 2 days before that next weather maker gets here. So we still have some coastal flood concerns this morning. A flood warning continues for the Baltimore area too. See that tannish color here, not only in Maryland, but across the Northeast. That's a wind advisory, so it's still going to be windy today as that storm system pulls out of here. Here's a look at how windy it's going to be. Here's a look at our peak wind gusts for this afternoon. Yesterday, they were much higher, so it's nothing compared to that. But I think we're still tracking wind gusts between 30 and 40 miles an hour at times later this morning through the afternoon. It's after your drive home this evening that winds will start to calm back down. So as darkness settles in tonight, we'll see these wind speeds decrease, and they will continue to decrease overnight tonight, taking us into tomorrow morning. So by this time tomorrow, we're back to normal with wind speeds closer to 5-10 miles an hour, and that's our gusts. we're also going to dry things out. So things look drier for us today as that storm system moves out of here. We'll completely dry out tomorrow, bright and sunny for your Thursday. But then pay attention to what's happening to the west. Here comes that next weather maker. It arrives Friday afternoon, so the time keeps getting a little more delayed. Looks like it rushes through actually Friday evening through the first part of Friday night, and it's actually long gone now by Saturday morning. So it's a quick mover, but it's going to come with a chance for some rain. So these numbers actually just updated here. Here's a quick look at how much more rain we could see from this system. A half an inch to just shy of an inch. You add this on top of the rain we saw yesterday, and that's why we could see some additional flooding issues. The ground is already really soggy and really saturated. Little more rain on top of that, and flooding could easily occur again on Friday. But today is going to be a drier day, gives us a chance to clean up and catch our breath. A mix of clouds and sun, highs in the breezy mid to upper 40s. Tonight's a cold one. Great night to cozy in and stay warm. Temperatures falling back through the 30s under crystal clear skies. Quick preview of that weekend forecast shows rain arriving late Friday afternoon through Friday night. It's gone by Saturday. And then the cold stuff, the cold air moves in and takes over for MLK Day on Monday. We could also see some snow showers Monday and Tuesday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take you live to the roads around the Baltimore region. And as of this hour, look at that, everything moving smoothly right now. We've got no major incidents or delays to report.
Law enforcement officers were shot more last year than any time before. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at what needs to be done to stop this troubling trend.
As the sun comes up, we are getting a better look at the aftermath of last night's storms. Coming up, we are going to take a closer look at the conditions here in Fells Point and the flooding that we still see this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all over.
.25 and happening now, more officers were shot in the line of duty in 2023 than ever before.
This morning, national correspondent Janae Bowens explains why this is happening and what can be done to stop it.
I don't know how to live without you, and I didn't ever want to imagine it.
It's been 4 months since Brittany Lindsay lost her fiancé, Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. He died just 4 days after they got engaged.
I'm so happy. I was able to love him.
He was ambushed and murdered while he was sitting in a patrol car. The National Fraternal Order of Police say 2023 saw the highest number of officers shot, with 378 officers shot in the line of duty. 46 of them were killed. And there were also 115 ambush-style attacks.
And that's very, very concerning because we're seeing cops getting attacked and shot simply for being cops.
Sergeant Betsy Smith with the National Police Association says more light needs to be shined on the positive things officers do, and departments need more funding and more officers.
We are so short-staffed, we don't necessarily have the time to attend the training that we need to keep police officers and ultimately the community safe.
She says it's going to take a multi-pronged approach to stop officers like Klinkenbrummer from being killed in the line of duty.
Now look down on all your brothers and sisters in blue. Keep them safe so this never happens to anyone else. Protect them and watch over them as they continue to serve their community.
Now, the National Fraternal Order of Police is calling on Congress to pass the Protect and Serve Act. Now, this bill calls for the establishment of a new criminal offense for knowingly assaulting an officer and causing serious bodily harm or attempting to do so. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Well, a breezy day ahead with winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the next weather maker set to bring another batch of heavy rain to our region Friday.
As the storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it's leaving behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis. The latest conditions here.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, the pounding rain yesterday. We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding across our state.
In fact, take a look at some of the video on the screen. We'll show you here in just a little bit. But there was some major flooding in Fells Point, and there was a couple inches of rain around some tires that were parked there on the streets. You can tell kind of how deep they were. Not above the cars, but it has gone down a lot today.
Well, welcome back on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out what today means after all the rain and winds yesterday.
That's right. A lot of schools closed or delayed this morning. We've got team coverage as Marylanders are waking up to the flood damage this morning.
Now, on the top left of your screen, you see Shannon Lilly, and she is live in Fells Point. We'll be telling us about how much water is there, and we'll get to her in just a few minutes on more of the damage.
Bottom left of your screen, we've got Olivia Dance. She's live in Annapolis assessing the damage. And this is hours before lawmakers have to make their way across Maryland to the State House for the first day of the 2024 legislative session.
You see on the bottom right side of your screen, live look from the road conditions in our Len Stoller mobile track as we're moving around some major roads. Not too bad. We want to begin, though, right here in studio this morning with meteorologist Amy Aronson, and she's got a look at the forecast.
Yeah. I want to start off by showing you all the storm reports from yesterday because it's kind of incredible. When you look at the Northeast, we have kind of a line of flooding reports, tree damage on the western side of things. We see some snow reports. So right here in central parts of Maryland, of course, we didn't see snow, but we saw plenty of flooding reports and downed trees from the gusty winds we saw yesterday. This morning, as you venture out, be prepared for some road closures due to some gusty winds, along with some lingering flooding, especially along the coast. We are looking at breezy conditions again today with winds gusting up to 35-40 miles an hour and high temperatures in the mid-40s through lunchtime. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to look ahead to our next weather maker. I'll let you know exactly when that's going to be an issue for us here in Maryland. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. We are monitoring school closings and delays all across the state, and the list continues to change this morning. Even at 7:33, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard, Carroll schools, they are all on a 2-hour delay. Kent County has 90-minute delays, and we also have Kent County is now closed. So Kent County is closed. You also see Hartford, Garrett, Queen Anne, Talbot, Worcester County schools. They are also closed for today. We'll continue to update you on any of these closures and delays throughout the morning. For the full list of closures, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We've seen that change throughout the morning as they're getting up and out and really assessing the damage. They see what they're dealing with out there. Now, this system also leaving more than 14,000 homes across Maryland without power this morning, and that has been changing throughout the morning as well. So we'll keep you updated on those outages and how quickly they're being repaired as we go through this morning.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 is checking out the flood damage across our entire region.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from Fells Point with a look at what it's like there, and we still see flooding.
Absolutely, Patrice and Tom. We definitely still see flooding. And now with the sun up, we can really get a better look at it. Look at this high water. I mean, especially just over here, right at the intersection of Thames and Wolf Street. We are still seeing those floodwaters from the bay just pooling in that area where you can see the water's knocked over the cones. It's still coming up on the sidewalk. So still a tricky situation, but it's gotten so much better. And there's a lot of ways that we can see that. First, I do want to direct your attention to the cobblestones here in the roadway. We actually do have a car here that is backing up, doing the right thing, not trying to go through the flooded roadways. That's what you want to do if you reach this area. The blockages that were keeping people from moving down this street at Wolf and Thames have since been removed. So cars are starting to come down this way, but then quickly turning around when they see that this water is still very high. But you can actually see the cobblestones here in the road, and then just further down Wolf Street, we actually fully see the road there. That is not something we could see even just, I'd say, an hour and a half ago. So that gives you an idea of just how much this water is receding. That's the good news this morning. People are up and out. They're walking their dogs. They're jogging around. Some of them stopping when they see this water and they just gasp. It is still quite a sight to see. Fells Point typically gets the most flooding, or a lot of flooding, when we see the rain, but this is a lot even for this area. So that just gives you some perspective, but we are making progress. That's the good news. Now we want to get a check on how things are in Annapolis, where Olivia dances. And Olivia, I know in your last update you pointed out a paddle boarder that was actually out paddleboarding on the flooded roadways. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, good morning, Shannon. We actually just did an interview with him, and he said they had a 2-hour delay for school, so he wanted to start his day by paddleboarding out here on Dock Street. But the good news is that Dock Street, the water here is receding. Right now, though, I want to go ahead and bring in the mayor of Annapolis. Good morning.
Hi there, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Obviously, not great news that we woke up to this morning, but you guys are used to it, and it sounds like, I mean, yesterday you guys were prepared giving businesses sandbags, and you were just telling us about a more long-term solution to all of this, right?
Yeah, we've been preparing for this for a couple of days, but this is the third worst flooding event we've had in the city.
Wow.
Worst on my watch. I've been here for 6 years. We are preparing to raise this whole area 6 feet. So we're building to 8 to 9 feet. So there'll be a big park in the middle of this parking lot here that will be a barrier against sea level rise. And then there'll be some flip gates and some pop-up gates around this canal here. And in the future, in the next few years, this area will be completely dry. So we've been working on that plan for a couple of years. It's going to be a game changer for the city of Annapolis.
Absolutely.
But it can't come soon enough, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And this morning, what we're waking up to is absolutely a sign of that. What does today hold? Obviously, probably a lot of cleanup ahead, right?
Yeah, so it's interesting because this is a $50 million project, roughly. You know, you can't do that without federal funding, state funding. Today's opening day of session, our state legislators are coming into town, lobbyists are coming into town. They're trying to book into hotels last night, and they couldn't get into hotels because of the flooding, the high winds. So it makes a case for us for the last piece that we need from the state, a $3 million commitment on top of the $15 million they've committed to this project already. So we've got proof in the pudding here, you know.
Yeah, just lastly, quickly, any idea if session will be impacted at all today by this flooding? I know that the State House is kind of more on a hill than down here by the water.
I don't know some parties that can be held. The next high tide is going to be about 3.5 feet, which is still pretty serious.
Yeah.
And so that's going to affect some of the restaurants and some of the businesses. Depending if you've got an event, you might be impeded from getting to that event. If you're further up the hill, you'll be okay. But I'm sure, and I'll be there, the session's going to open on time.
Absolutely.
And we just have a good case in point right now.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Mayor Buckley, and obviously lots of cleanup ahead. But I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. Today marks the start of the legislative session. You heard her just talking with the mayor of Annapolis. Now, heading our 8 o'clock hour this morning, a lifelong Baltimore resident joining us live with what he thinks needs to happen during the session.
That powerful storm we've been talking about, it is not done yet. You can see it moving there. We're going to take you live as the Northeast now braces for more snow.
And we're assessing the damage from our latest weather maker as we gear up for another one making its way toward our region. How much rain we can expect this weekend, that's all coming up. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all We've been talking about it all morning. Our Weather Authority HD radar showing the powerful system that we dealt with yesterday now moving up the East Coast today after it just wreaked havoc on the Central Plains.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with a look at what many are waking up to this morning. Megan.
Pretty incredible here, guys. This is some new drone video coming into our newsroom here this morning. This is from Wisconsin. Winter storm warnings actually expired at 6 o'clock this morning, but they are still dealing with the aftermath there. Parts of the state recording as much as 10 inches of snow yesterday.
Thank God that it hasn't happened before. We've been very blessed. So if we have another 3 months of this, I guess we can live through it.
Pretty optimistic there. Residents on the East Coast, meantime, getting hit hard as well. This is some new video coming in from New Jersey, which was under a state of emergency and had crews on standby for water rescues. They were dealing with flooding in that area. The storm also knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people across several central and southern states yesterday afternoon. Take a look at this incident on a Georgia highway. This is just outside of Atlanta here. A fallen tree there severing a car there. It actually killed the driver that was inside. We are getting word this morning of at least 4 storm-related deaths. Now, here's a look at today's threat. Over half of the U.S. population remaining under wind alerts, covering almost all of the south right here, up into the north as well. And actually found this video taking you live to Portland, Maine. You can see the wind shaking the cameras out there. So certainly going to be an issue for them. And as Amy mentioned, for us today, too. Patrice.
All right, well, it is the first day of the 2024 legislative session. After the break, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman is joining us live with his county's priorities. Plus, we'll get an update on the flood damage in Annapolis. That's coming up. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all .46 now. Lawmakers are headed to Annapolis today for the start of the legislative session. They may have to wade through some water to get there, but the work begins, and local counties and jurisdictions are keeping an eye on what comes from this session. As part of our Your Voice series, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be here.
So how are you guys making out in Anne Arundel County after the storm? We see that, like other counties, your schools are late this morning, and of course, all the focus is on the State House.
Yeah, they're coming to Annapolis today. It's the opening session, and that's right in the middle of our county. And so we hope they can get here. We've got about 50 road closures. We had the team was up all night, lots of road crews, and just really trying to keep up with the flooding, the down trees, and let people know where the roads are closed. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but a busy night. And thank you to all of our public employees who worked through the night.
So once they do get there, however they are able to make it this morning, the legislative session expected to start on time. For you, what are the priorities for your county that you want to see addressed in this session?
So, we're looking very closely at housing and what the governor is going to be proposing. He has a legislative package that's going to be coming out, and housing affordability is a real crisis in our county. So we're going to be supporting a lot of that work, hoping to get funds. We know funding is going to be tight this year. Transportation funding especially is going to be very tight. And so we're going to be monitoring very closely how they look at both revenue and the budget. So we're very budget focused this year. And generally, we're looking out for the interests of counties. We work as part of the Maryland Association of Counties because counties implement a lot of the things that the legislators create at the state level. And so they need our expertise. And so we watch the bills closely.
The juvenile crime has been a hot button topic throughout this state. It's been an issue widely discussed. It's expected to be focused on in this session. Is that an issue or concern for you in the county, and what would you like to see done there?
Yeah, absolutely. There were some really constructive conversations during the Maryland Association of Counties meeting recently about this, that need to make sure that the police officers know what the laws are, what they're allowed to do and not do, when attorney needs to be present, and all of that. But really, the focus needs to be on the good programs like we have in Anne Arundel County, where we're doing our police departments working with the courts and everyone else to keep these kids diversion programs, to get these kids services. There are a lot of kids who are really, checked out of school and not on a good path. And so that's our focus, is really getting those programs up and running with some help from the state.
All right. The County Executive Pittman, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
7:49, and it's all about the weather. A lot of kids either delayed school starts or they were just closed today because of what happened yesterday.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and see what we're contending with today.
Yeah, record rainfall yesterday at all 3 airports, plus really strong winds. So that's the reason why we're seeing delays and closures happening today. 2.61 inches of rain fell yesterday at BWI Airport. That set an all-new daily rainfall record. And I showed this earlier, but it's so incredible, I want to show it again. If all that rain we saw yesterday had been snow, this is a really rough estimate, a 10-to-1 ratio estimate here, we would have 26.1 inches of snow on the ground right now. We'd all be snowed in. But of course, it wasn't snow, it was all rain. But because of all that rain, we're still dealing with some flooding issues. So we still have a flood warning out for the Baltimore area, coastal flood warnings out to right along the shoreline here along the bay. I think flooding, high water will continue to be an issue there, especially as we near high tide again later this evening. Right now, looking down at the Inner Harbor, I do want to point out the Inner Harbor. If you look closely, you can see water levels look kind of high there down at the promenade. So water levels high everywhere this morning in wake of yesterday's storm. We are starting off drier, at least. Cloudy skies currently, 48 degrees, and we've got a west-southwesterly wind at 9 miles an hour. Much better wind speed currently, but we are looking at another breezy day ahead of us as this weather maker moves away from us. So high pressure pulls away from us. Coming in behind it, winds are going to ramp up again today. So although it's going to be a drier day, still a very blustery one with wind speeds close to 35, 40 miles an hour in some spots. But at least it's drier, and it's going to stay drier both today and tomorrow too. Kind of gives us a chance to regroup and gear up for that next storm system. Another weather maker's coming our way on Friday. We'll start off dry Friday morning, but Friday afternoon we start to see some showers rush in. This forecast model showing even more of a delay, so I think it's after lunchtime, mainly for your Friday evening plans. This system doesn't last long. It wraps up and wraps out of here by 11 o'clock Friday night. So first, for tomorrow, we're bright and sunny. It's going to be nice to see some sunshine over the next 2 days, but then more rain will move back in on Friday. This one's a quick hitter, moves through Friday afternoon, Friday night, gets out of here, and by Saturday, it's gone. It's just mostly cloudy and windy. and then it's going to get much, much colder. You can see that drop coming up in our 7-day forecast. Temperatures will stay very seasonable up through Saturday, but after that, we're back down to 40 degrees. And then here comes the real cold stuff. Monday and Tuesday, we're also looking at the potential for a few snow showers both days. By Tuesday, high temperatures are awfully close to freezing. Back to you.
This weekend, we honor the life of a civil rights icon. The events happening right here in Baltimore that are perfect for the whole family.
But before you head out and maybe the kids are still asleep, it may be the perfect time to sip on a mug. Right?
Oh, that'd be nice to have a quiet coffee break while the kids are still $7:55. A lot of us are going to be celebrating a holiday weekend coming up. So why not take that time to reflect on the meaning of the holiday?
Yeah, Mark Clark is joining us live here in studio with everything you can do this weekend around Baltimore to celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Mark.
That's right, guys. The MLK weekend is upon us, and if you have a 3-day weekend, why not check out one of Baltimore's museums to take time and learn about Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. The American Visionary Art Museum has a free special event on Monday where you can enjoy songs, poetry readings, dances, and even a scavenger hunt. Doors open at 10 a.m. You can explore the museum all day until 5 p.m. Perfect way to get the kids involved, and there's something for the whole family to enjoy. Up next, moving over to the Reginald F. Lewis Museum with their celebration of King Day. Again, guys, another free event full of photojournalist works, choir performances, even a virtual reality experience. Their day starts at 11 and finishes up at 8 p.m., so there's plenty of time to get out there. And wrapping it up with the Walters Art Museum, they have an event not on MLK Day, but on Saturday the 13th. Professor Unique Robinson has a celebration filled with poetry and some musical performances starting at 2 p.m. and finishing around 4 p.m. This event is free. where registration is required. So head over to Walter's website for more details. Now, have you guys planned out or been in any of these museums, or what do you do on MLK Day?
Been to the museums for sure. Had not planned out yet for this year. This year.
Yeah, and volunteering is always a great way to do things for Martin Luther King, to honor his legacy too, is volunteering somewhere. Walter's Art Museum, and it's been a while. I was just on their website this morning, and it looks a little different. I haven't been there in quite some time, so I need to go back.
No, you know, it's funny, Tom, being out on the streets for Baltimore all the time, you're right. Things change. You know, what it looked like 10 years ago is so different than it is now, but it is a great time to really spend some time with the kids and really just talk about the greatness of not only MLK, but the movement.
And so you've given us all these places we can go. Thank you for that, Mark.
And a lot of them free. Love it. All right, well, Baltimore is coming out on the other side of the storm. Looking ahead to the coming weekend, will Marylanders see another round of rain before we get there?
The water is receding, but still intense flooding can be seen here in Fells Point. Just ahead, I'm live with the conditions.
As the storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it's leaving behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis with the latest conditions here and cleanup.
We are diving into the damage downtown. In just a few minutes, we'll be checking in with Shannon Lilly and the situation in Fells Point.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding to our area. Our Fox 45 viewers, you guys are the best. You've been sending in these photos showing us what it looks like in your neighborhoods, from downed trees to broken fences, even a tractor trailer incident.
We are monitoring school closings and delays across the state as well. You can see some of that list right there. It's been changing throughout the morning. Just make sure you keep an eye on our ticker and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. That has the very latest as they are coming in and again changing throughout the morning.
Ever changing, ever updating here this morning. Meantime, we've been taking a look at some power outages. This system leaving more than 14,000 homes across Maryland without power this morning in the dark. We're going to keep you updated on those outages throughout the morning.
Well, good morning on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we've got you covered this morning with live team coverage. In just a few minutes, we're going to be checking in with Shannon Lilly at the Inner Harbor and Olivia Dance down in Annapolis. But first, we want to check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson and see where we are in this storm system.
Yeah, windy conditions are expected to continue today, although the worst of the storm is now over. We've got a lingering wind advisory that will continue through 5 p.m. this evening. That means winds could gust as high as 35, 40 miles an hour this afternoon and this evening. Here's a quick preview of how high our winds will gust today. You'll notice they'll ramp up through lunchtime through midday and then gradually start to come back down again. Now, this is all before our next storm system gets here. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, I've got a look ahead at when our next weather maker arrives and what that means for the remainder of the week. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Taking a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. Taking you live on the roads here this morning. These areas looking fine, no issues there. However, we're seeing significant delays. 695 at US 40 westbound. We've got traffic backed up through that area here for several miles. Something to keep in mind as we figure out what's going on here. It looks like actually 2 inner loop shoulders, 4 inner loop traffic lanes impacted by this. So we'll try to figure out what's going on. It looks like there's a crash in that area. We'll see how we can avoid that here in just a minute.
Well, as the legislative session begins today, cleanup is underway due to the severe flooding in Annapolis. You can see several different examples of that. Downtown Annapolis has flooded. That was sent in yesterday. You've got more video of flooding there. In Annapolis is where we find Olivia Dance. She is joining us with an update on the current conditions and cleanup efforts that are underway. Olivia?
Yeah, well, good morning, Patrice. Cleanup efforts are now underway. So behind me here, you can see there were street cleaners out this morning, and there's crews here with shovels and bins, and they're just picking up all this debris. They've actually done a great job of it so far. This whole area was filled with debris, but now you can see just a little bit there on the street, and that's a sign of how far up this water once was. Now, if we go this way, you can see the water hasn't really receded too much. It's still pretty much up here all the way on Dock Street. Dock Street has essentially become an extension of the river, so much so that there's ducks just floating around out there right now. We even saw some jellyfish in this water earlier this morning, and just a little bit ago we even saw a guy who said school was 2 hours delayed, so he came out and was paddleboarding out here on Dock Street earlier this morning. So now the big thing, of course, is cleanup, and some of these businesses, you can see they still have their sandbags out in front of their doors, and hopefully that helped with any damage. We looked in the windows here of Mission Barbecue earlier, and we saw that they just had some puddles of water, but for the most part that was the extent of the damage. Yesterday the city actually handed out 150 sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation of this flooding. Some of the businesses in this waterfront area closed early yesterday, and they're here early again this morning getting ready for that cleanup. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who's advising residents and drivers to use caution out and about today. Take a listen.
We'll just wait till the floodwater recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
We're telling people turn around, don't drown, that old adage where it's really hard to tell how deep water is. So if there are any barricades, don't drive around them, listen to folks if police are out redirecting traffic, things like that.
Definitely some helpful reminders there. And I mentioned that the water is receding, but you can see that this is very much still flooded, and the water gets deep pretty quickly. So even just walking right here a little bit, you can see it starts to cover my boots, and those cones right there are also a sign of how deep it gets in certain areas. The paddleboarder that we spoke to, who was out there earlier, said in some areas it's a few feet deep. So definitely want to avoid this area, and hopefully the businesses don't have too much damage once they open up today. And also, Patrice, you mentioned that today is the start of the legislative session. I've heard from several people now that session is starting on time and it shouldn't be impacted by this flooding. But
all right, as long as they can get there.
Yes, the Ducks are loving it too. And from Annapolis to Baltimore, where yesterday's severe weather just flooded the streets there.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from Fells Point with what it's looking like there as of this morning, and improvement. We see improvement.
Much.
Yeah, exactly, Patrice and Megan. We are seeing improvement. The sun is up. Now the cleanup work begins. You can see that the water has receded a good amount. Now it's just the strong wind gusts that we are experiencing, and it'll be interesting to see how that impacts any of this debris. Notice that police tape there that was actually taped up just about 5 minutes ago. It actually broke off because of the wind. You can see it whipping around. So that shows you just how strong these wind gusts are. And then if we move back over here to where these cones are in the roadway, these actually started moving too. So it looks like they got knocked over initially by the flooding, and now they're kind of being tossed around by the wind. This is where we're still seeing the most severe flooding here in Fells Point. This is right along Wolf and Thames Street. Notice though, cars are actually starting to drive on this roadway. This whole road was initially blocked off. When we first got out here, I couldn't even walk in this area that I am now walking in. It was fully covered with water. And now you see just certain areas are still pooling with water, but we are seeing, I mean, just a lot of improvement here. So like I said, now the work begins for these cleanup crews that are out here, city workers that we've seen just sweeping up this debris and doing what they can right now, but they tell us that they're not going to be able to get to certain areas like this area here of the road that's still just saturated in water. So we're going to continue to check on the conditions. We've also talked to some people who live and work in this area, and some of them are on 2-hour delays or not coming in because of flooding or some damage that they saw due to the floodwaters. And so we're going to continue to monitor that and how it's impacting business owners and people who live in this area. But for now, we'll send it back into you. Patrice, Megan.
All right, Shannon. Still to come, the state legislature is set to begin their first session today, with juvenile crime remaining a hot button topic. Just ahead, we're looking into the concerns that residents are raising and the hopes they have for change.
And you can see the Towson camera shaking back and forth in the breeze right now. I'll let you know how high our winds are going to gust today and when more rain moves into the area in a couple of minutes. It's 8:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are looking at another windy day ahead of us. Not quite as windy as it was yesterday, but we still have an ongoing wind advisory that will take us through sunset tonight. That's due to winds gusting up to 35, 40 miles an hour. So winds should gust around lunchtime and then start to decrease as we head through the afternoon and early evening hours. But the good news is we're looking forward to some sunshine today. That'll be nice to see after all the rain yesterday. High temperatures will end up in the very seasonable mid and upper 40s this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'm already looking ahead to your next weather maker. I'll let you know exactly when that arrives and what that means for the rest of the week. Back to you.
Well, still ahead with yesterday's weather alert behind us, we're checking out the flooding and damage left behind. Stay with us for the latest and a look at the next round of heavy rain.
And coming up, with the legislative session set to begin, juvenile crime is at the forefront of the debate. After the break, we are looking at the concerns on the table and what some residents believe should happen. It's 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
There's been a lack of understanding and education as to the laws, what the responsibilities of their various stakeholders are, the responsibilities of the Department of Juvenile Services, law enforcement, and prosecutors.
You know, with all due respect to my good friend, Senator Carter, I have a bill to repeal the juvenile reform laws and to hold juveniles accountable who are under 13.
This year's legislative session set to begin today. Tension over juvenile crime reform is already dividing lawmakers. But will they come together to get any real change passed? This morning, we have lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor Pam Smith joining us live to weigh in on whether they can do this. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Ms. Megan.
We have to come together, both sides. You know, it's good to have your own opinions, but at some point at the end of the day, we've got to have change happen. Can our lawmakers do that?
We don't have to come together because the Democrats have a supermajority. They can do what they want to do. They have all the power. They're tone deaf, and we're talking basically this week what we were talking last year this time, what to expect. SOS, same old stuff.
So you don't think anything's going to change?
Not a thing.
Even with the public outcry from parents and police and prosecutors?
They're tone deaf. They don't, number one, either they haven't been parented properly. Number two, they're not parents. Whether we talking about Senator Carter, whether we talking about Vinny, they're not parents. A burnt child dreads fire. You have the authority, that's the ability to hold folk accountable.
No matter what side of the aisle you're on or whether you really believe in the current laws that are in place, the fact of the matter is it's showing that something's not working here. Is that enough to start a conversation among everyone on that State House floor to do something different?
Everybody knows that it's not working, but they're tone deaf. They don't care. They're locked into a position.
Do you really feel that they
don't care? They're locked into position. They don't come out to community meetings. They don't respond to their constituents. They don't listen to their voters. Hey, they don't care.
Well, and you've said before the way to make your voice heard as a voter is to change your vote next time you go.
Your vote is your power. They come to you on a regular basis to get your power so that they can get in their position, and they don't listen to you. You can't call them. They don't return a call. They don't respond to emails. They get their check, and they keep it moving. They treat us like the victims that we are when we give them everything they ask for and we get nothing. The only way to change them is for us to change. Now,
we did have a few hearings leading up to the session. Is that a sign that, talks are open?
What was the result of the hearing? Zero. Talk. Where I'm from, talk is still cheap. Talk has not been inflated, and they're going to talk through this session for the next 90 days, and we'll get no results.
So,
SOS.
As a frustrated resident, if you're not the only one out there, what do you do next other than change your vote in the meantime to make real change happen and make our streets safer? What's next?
You continue to listen and support Mr. Bates, Ms. Bravoy, Mr. Gibson, and, of course, Mr. Eric with a K, Barron. He's the top man. He set the tone. Go get him. Brandon can't help me. West can't help me. Carter can't help me. Hayes can't help me. Change your vote, change your mind. They have a super majority. There are 141 members of the House and 102 are Democrats. There are 47 members of Senate, 34 Democrats. They have all the power. They have all the responsibility. They do nothing but ignore us and serve the folk who give them the money.
Well, now they have 90 days starting today to see what happens in this session. Pastor Smith,
Let's watch. Let's watch.
We will be. All right. Meteorologist Amy Aarons here looking at our forecast. Amy, how is it outside?
Yeah, it looks much improved today, but we do still have some lingering flooding issues, especially along the coast. Here's a look at when they'll continue today around high tide. So for Annapolis, that's happening later this evening around 4:47, and then some of these locations even later than that. So around these times, I would plan on some additional high water, especially along the shoreline. We are looking much improved today. We are looking at a breezy day ahead of us, winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour today. A quiet couple of days before that next weather maker gets here. That's going to arrive on Friday. And that's going to send us another round of soaking rain. After that, big temperature changes for the holiday weekend. We're going to turn much, much colder. Things look pretty quiet today, though. All the rain has officially moved out of here, giving us a chance to dry out. The only issues we still face, some flooding concerns. It looks like our coastal flood warnings will be ongoing here. And we've also got a wind advisory that continues. That will take us through sunset tonight. So we could still see some gusty winds today as the storm system continues to pull away from us and that drier air takes over. Here's a look at our wind gusts for the rest of the day. Wind gusts up to 35, 40 miles an hour at times. And then I think they'll start to come back down this evening and late tonight. So overnight tonight, you'll notice these numbers decrease and will continue to decrease and fall straight through tomorrow morning. So around this time tomorrow, much better. We've got wind gusts closer to 5-10 miles an hour in a lot of locations. And that's also going to come in with some really quiet conditions on FutureScan. So today and tomorrow, smooth sailing. We're actually looking forward to some much needed sunshine, especially after a full day of rain yesterday. That sunshine sticks around through Thursday. And then on Friday, we'll actually start off with a sliver of sun before that next weather maker arrives. Clouds will increase during the afternoon, and I think it's after lunchtime that we see this next batch of showers push in from the west here. Blows through pretty quickly. It exits by Friday night. Behind this, drier, colder air takes over for the weekend. But here's a look at how much rain we'll see with that system. Remember, this is on top of that 2 to 4 inches of rain we picked up yesterday. So although it's not a lot, it's about a half an inch to an inch in a lot of spots, under an inch in a lot of spots. Any rainfall on top of that really saturated ground could lead to some additional flooding Friday evening as that storm system pushes through. But no rain today, at least, so we have a chance to catch our breath and regroup. We're welcoming back some sunshine. It will be windy through midday. Temperatures will make a run for the mid and upper 40s today. And then tonight, clear skies, cold temperatures. Lows will fall back into the 30s. Quick look at your weekend forecast shows that rain arriving Friday afternoon wraps up before Saturday, and then temperatures will fall as we head throughout the holiday weekend. So by next Monday and Tuesday, we're back in the 30s, and we've even got a chance for some snow showers.
Thank you. Coming up, we're checking out the flooding, the damage across the state. Stay with us for the latest from Annapolis and Baltimore as cleanup efforts are underway.
Martin Luther King Jr. Day is almost here. After the break, we're looking at some of the events happening this weekend to celebrate his legacy. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
A lot of us will be celebrating the holiday weekend coming up, so why not take time to reflect on the meaning of the holiday?
We have Mark Clark live in studio with everything you can do this weekend around Baltimore to celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Mark.
That's right, guys. MLK weekend is upon us, and if you got a 3-day weekend, why not check out one of Baltimore's museums to take time and learn about Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. The American Visionary Art Museum has a special free event on Monday where you can enjoy songs, poetry readings, dances, and even a scavenger hunt. Doors open at 10 a.m. You can explore the museum all day until 5 p.m. Perfect way to get the kids involved, and there's something for the whole family to enjoy. Up next, moving over to the Reginald F. Lewis Museum with their celebration of King Day. We got free event. It's a free event full of photojournalist works, choir performances, even a virtual reality experience. This day starts 11 to 8 p.m., so there's plenty of time to get out there. And the mashup of the year, The B&O Railroad Museum is hosting both Wordsmith and Baltimore Symphony Orchestra in a musical tribute to King on MLK Day. The best part, it's free. It's a concert. It starts at 7 p.m. on January 15th. You can get free tickets on the B&O Railroad's website. So guys, this is a great time. Again, I mean, you know, MLK left such a huge mark. And again, you know, our country really, he's probably one of our biggest heroes. So a great time to really take advantage of all these great museums that we have here in Baltimore.
And such good events they're putting on.
And take the kids there too. They're off of school to go out and enjoy. That's awesome.
That's right. That's
all right,
right.
Mark, thank you. Coming up, a new FAFSA form is opening up in our next hour. We're analyzing what the new form means for prospective college students, what's different, and why it was delayed for so long. 8:26, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Started out warm, it's now wet, and we are continuing to monitor school closings and delays that are occurring all across the state. One of the handful of county school districts, school districts have called off classes after severe weather last night.
Others delaying their start times to later in the morning. You can find all of those closings, all of those delays on the ticker at the bottom of your screen or at foxbaltimore.com. We've got them scrolling on the screen right there, but there's a lot of them coming in.
Oh, yeah, and they were changing throughout the morning, too, so we're updating them all morning long. We need to find out exactly what today has in store for us.
That's right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at the wind here this morning.
Yeah, wind will continue to be our main issue today behind that weather maker. Here's a look back at the winds from yesterday. The Bay Bridge logged a wind of 60 miles an hour in Baltimore City, 51 miles an hour, Annapolis 49, and at the airport 47. We also picked up some significant rain yesterday, about 2 to 4 inches in all the locations listed on this board here. So we are putting the rain behind us now, but the winds will continue this morning as we head through the rest of the morning into the afternoon. A nice mix of clouds and sun. It'll be nice to see the sun, but winds will also be an issue, gusting up to 35, 40 miles an hour with high temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'm already tracking our next weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly when that arrives and how much rain we're expecting from that system. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And we do have some issues now that we need to address besides just the debris and the flooding that's out there. We have a little bit of collisions, too, also. 695 Inner Loop, there was a collision. There's 2 vehicles involved right next to 70, and that caused some delays on the Inner Loop. They were really slow delays earlier. They're getting that up. Around Towson and Parkville area, that is just the volume that's out there. There's one other one, too, that is an issue as you have south of the city. There's some weather closures, and in fact, one of them is showing that there is a one lane cut off, and we have vehicles trying to get around some flooding that's out there. So just be careful when you're heading through the Baltimore region here on the secondary roads.
As the legislative session begins today, we know cleanup is underway due to the severe flooding in Annapolis. Taking a look at some of the images here, we've got this one coming in from Orioles Kangaroo. Downtown Annapolis has flooded. Not my video. A co-worker sent it to me, but look at that. That was at the peak right there. More tweets and messages coming in. This one in Annapolis tonight ahead of the start of our legislative session tomorrow. And again, you can see those flooded waters, hearing from the governor as well, who declared a state of preparedness in Maryland. We want to check in with Olivia Dan. She is live out there this morning with the current conditions and the cleanup efforts underway. Olivia, this is looking better and better as we check in with you.
Yeah, Megan, it really is. And I don't know if you can hear it, but the street cleaner is going by right now. So it might be a little bit loud, but they've been going by all morning and also with shovels. Crews have been out here getting rid of all the debris that went all the way up here on Randall Street and even a little bit past that, because that's where the water at one point was. Now you can see it's receding just a little bit, but Dock Street is still very much river-like. Bear with us with the sun. It's coming out and not in our favor here, but you can still get a good idea of how much this street is flooded. We spoke with a paddleboarder who was out here earlier, and he went all the way down Dock Street. He was paddleboarding on Dock Street and said at some points it gets to about a few feet deep. Now, as the water's receding, we're starting to see some of these businesses and business owners open their doors and just begin that cleanup effort. You know, yesterday the city handed out about 150 sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation for the storm. You can still see some of those sandbags. This ice cream factory here, we're pumping out water all morning. We're told that the flooding is pretty bad in their store. We got to look in Mission Barbecue, and they had some puddles of water. So we're just hoping that as these stores open, that the damage isn't too bad as this water is starting to recede. We also spoke with the Annapolis Office of Emergency Management, who's advising residents and drivers to use caution when they're out on the roads today. Take a listen.
Tomorrow morning, we'll just wait till the floodwater recedes, come down, mop up, disinfect everything, and hopefully get a little business in tomorrow.
If there are things like down trees, on wires, use detours whenever possible. Other things that we're telling people is just, we always see where people wade into the waters, kayak into the waters. It's really hard to tell what is in the water as far as any creatures or trash or things like that. It's just safer just to enjoy it from the safety of your own home.
Definitely some helpful safety reminders there. And she mentioned trash and critters in the water. We actually saw some jellyfish in the water earlier today. We haven't seen them in a while, but at around 6 this morning, we did see some jellyfish just floating around here in Dock Street. Hopefully they float their way back to the river as this water starts to recede. And Megan mentioned the legislative session beginning today. I've spoken with Delegate Kathy Shalega and Senator Corey McCray. They both tell me that because the state house is up on a hill, that the flooding should not impact session beginning today. But we're going to be out here the rest of the morning continuing to monitor this flooding and as this water begins to recede. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. There's also significant flooding in Fells Point. In fact, this is a video on Ellis Anna Street. You can see where the water is just below these cars. A couple inches of water around the wheels of some of those parked vehicles. Shannon Lilly joining us live from downtown Baltimore with a look at the conditions there. Been out there all morning long, and it keeps getting better. You can almost start seeing all the cobblestone now, Shannon.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. I think it's interesting. You just showed that video of Alisana Street that was covered in water. Look now, Wolf Street here is pretty much completely clear. I mean, we still have some areas where the water is pooling up, but cars are driving right on through. And same goes for Alisana Street, which is all the way down Wolf Street here, where cars are making their way through. It's no longer blocked off. Also, this area where we're still seeing the most flooding here, it's getting better. We can see those cones now that were blown over both from probably wind and also the flooding. They were covered this morning. Now we can see them. But I do want to show you that there is still some areas of significant flooding. If we walk down here, Thames Street is now the problem area and the area where we're really still seeing significant amount of flooding. There are some businesses down this way, so it'll be interesting to see how they've been impacted. We have talked to some residents who live and work in this area who say that their businesses did get flooded on the first floor, and so they're coming in later on. And so definitely still a lot of cleanup going on. We have DPW here that's just pulled up, and they're going to start probably cleaning up this area. We've seen city workers clearing debris, lots of debris up on the sidewalks that we've been seeing where this flooding was. But notice cars are just driving right along through here. So improvement, certainly, but it'll be interesting to see what cleanup work needs to be done throughout the day. Reporting live here in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom, Patrice, back to you.
All right, Shannon, I'll take it from here. With that weather system moving up the East Coast, many people across the country are in for a rude awakening. In fact, check out this new drone video coming into our newsroom here. See if we can pull this up to you, coming in from Wisconsin. Winter storm warnings are expected to end there, actually ended early this morning after some parts of the state recorded as much of 10 inches of snow yesterday.
Thank God that it hasn't happened before. We've been very blessed. So if we have another 3 months of this, I guess we can live through it.
Residents on the East Coast, meantime, getting hit hard as well. Taking a look at new video from New Jersey, which was under a state of emergency and had crews on standby for water rescues. The storm also knocking out power to hundreds of thousands of people across several central and southern states yesterday afternoon. In fact, you're taking a look at an incident on a Georgia highway just outside of Atlanta. There was a fallen tree severing the car. It killed the driver inside. And in fact, we are getting word this morning of at least 4 storm-related deaths. Today's threat, over half of the U.S. population remaining under wind alerts covering almost all of the South, extending up into the Northeast as well. We're going to keep you updated from our live center. That's the latest.
We need accountability for the kids that are repeatedly violating the law. I believe in rehabilitation, but I will not tolerate lawlessness.
As the legislative session begins today, Governor Wes Moore is unveiling his public safety priorities.
During a news conference, the governor outlining 3 bills that he's planning to introduce.
The Victim Compensation Reform Act to ensure victims have services they need to move forward.
The Growing Apprenticeship in Public Safety, or the GAPS Act, which aims to help the law enforcement recruiting.
And following the Biden administration, Governor Moore is calling for the creation of a Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention, and that would track and remove illegal guns.
A top priority for the top prosecutors is changing the Juvenile Interrogation Act.
Yeah, they want to require defense attorneys to be present in person during questioning instead of just on the phone. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressed the governor on that policy push.
Do you support that as well?
I think all options need to be on the table. And I think as we're going into this next legislative session, we are going to work with our state's attorneys. We're going to work with our legislative partners.
From your administration, though, would you push to support making changes to that act?
I think all options need to be on the table.
Well, Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis following every step of this year's legislative session over the next 3 months. Our coverage begins today. Follow along on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Humanity's return to the moon. Humans returning to the moon may have to wait a little bit longer. The issues that are causing the next giant leap for mankind to be delayed.
And coming up, yesterday's rain might be behind us, but we have more on the way. Stay with us for the latest on the flooding that we're cleaning up from and a look at the heavy rain coming later this week. 8:40 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In wake of our latest weather maker, an update for you. Anne Arundel County schools are now closed due to the weather we saw yesterday. And today we're still seeing the lasting impacts. So that's, of course, why we're seeing the closures today. We have flooding ongoing along the shoreline, but also some gusty winds coming in from the southwest. Here's a look at your sustained winds currently, 18 miles an hour in places like Baltimore. And these numbers are going to ramp up over the next couple of hours. So here's a look at what to expect today. Winds gusting up to 35, 40 miles an hour. It will be nice to enjoy a little bit of sunshine. High temperatures will make their way into the brisk mid and upper 40s. And already we're tracking another wet weather maker. I'll explain exactly when that arrives in 10 minutes and what that means for the rest of the week. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at your headlines this morning, coming up in the next 30 minutes. Just ahead, what to do when your identity is stolen. We have some tips on how to minimize the damage if it does happen.
And after a delay, the new form for student aid is open. The change is meant to make your student search for financial aid easier. It is 8:44 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Developing news. A new rule from the Biden administration aims to prevent companies from misclassifying their workers as independent contractors. Unlike employees, independent contractors are not entitled to federal minimum wage protections or employee benefits like health coverage and paid sick days. The Labor Department says the rule is meant to protect workers who are economically dependent on their company. Major business groups have opposed the rule, arguing that it would create confusion and threaten the flexibility of gig workers. The measure is expected to take effect in March, but it could face some legal challenges.
Meta plans on limiting the kind of content teens can see on Facebook and Instagram. Now, the company says the restrictions are intended to, quote, give teens more age-appropriate experiences on our apps. This as Meta faces accusations that it's addictive and harmful to younger users' mental well-being. The update will default users to more restrictive settings. The change also comes after a bipartisan group of 42 attorneys general announcing a lawsuit against Meta, alleging its products are hurting young people.
NASA's efforts to return humans to the moon are delayed, at least for now. The agency's Artemis II mission, a crew journey around the moon and back, won't lift off this November as planned. It's being pushed to September 2025 due to issues with the mobile launcher and the Orion spacecraft, the space agency's first crewed lunar landing mission in more than 5 decades. Artemis III won't make its 2025 launch date either. Officials say it's due to issues SpaceX is having with its Starship spacecraft.
Safety is our top priority, and to give Artemis teams more time to work through the challenges with first-time developments, operations, and integration, we're going to give more time on Artemis 2 and 3.
While this may come as a slight setback, the next mission, Artemis 4, remains on track for September 2028.
Well, 8:48 is the time when we need to find out exactly what's going on with the weather now as it's pulled out of our area and as it's moving up the East Coast.
Yeah, meteorologist Amy Aronson here with what we can expect here.
Yeah, ongoing flooding issues. That's going to continue to be the big story today, along with some gusty winds. Coastal flood advisories remain in place now up and down the shoreline here. So you could continue to see some high water in shoreline locations as we head through high tide later on this evening. Right now, Inner Harbor looks much brighter. It's nice to see the sunshine after a full day of rain yesterday. We're putting that rain behind us now. 48 degrees currently under mostly cloudy skies. Winds are picking up again. So as this weather maker moves out of here, it's going to be a breezy day. A westerly wind coming in right now at 18 miles an hour. And here's another look at Towson. You could actually see this camera shaking just a little bit ago, and that's due to the windy conditions there too. Temperature-wise, we're all starting off in the upper 40s and low 50s. So the winds are because that area of low pressure is pulling away from us, drier air filtering in. Dry air is going to take over for 2 days, so we have a chance to regroup and dry out before that next weather maker gets here. Now, it will be breezy today. Here's a preview of where our peak wind gusts will be later this morning heading into the afternoon. You'll notice they're in the 30-mile-per-hour range today. So I think 30 to 40 miles per hour is where we'll see our gusts at through the afternoon, and then they start to decrease. So by this evening and tonight, numbers will start to fall here, and I think winds will start to decrease. And by this time tomorrow, we're pretty much back to normal. Things are much calmer across the region. And it's smooth sailing on our future scan. Not much happening today or tomorrow. We'll enjoy a good amount of sunshine. That allows things to dry out. But then come Friday, we are tracking a new weather maker. I think it's Friday afternoon, Friday evening that it gets here. Friday morning starts off dry. For your Friday morning drive, it's later Friday afternoon that we start to see these showers rush in from the west here. And then they zip through pretty quickly. Now, it's not going to be a ton of rain on Friday, but remember, we picked up a lot yesterday, 2 to 4 inches. So you add just a little bit on top of that, on top of a saturated ground, and I think flooding will be a concern yet again. So for tomorrow, we need that sunshine, upper 40s for your Thursday. We're in the mid 40s on Friday as that rain develops and pushes back in. So it will be another rainmaker. Gets out of here by Saturday, just mostly cloudy and windy for the start of the weekend with highs in the upper 40s. And a quick look beyond that shows the colder air will continue to take over through the weekend into early next week. We're only at 40 degrees on Sunday. For MLK Day, if you look closely, you can actually see some snow showers on that weather icon. That's right. We'll be tracking a couple of snow showers Monday into Tuesday with another system pushing through. This one continues to funnel in that colder air. So we'll spend Monday in the upper 30s and Tuesday a chilly one with highs close to freezing and in the low 30s. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. In your consumer news, an identity theft case happens every 22 seconds and takes roughly 6 months to recover.
This morning, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau joined us to talk about what you can do to try and avoid an attack.
So the first thing I did was I go to annualcreditreport.com. It's the only FTC approved website. That will take me a step-by-step of what to do. Report it to your credit bureaus. There's 3 of them, and I got a credit freeze put on my account. A credit freeze means nobody can apply for a loan or any credit in your name.
Now, she also said after freezing your account, you should notify your bank and make sure to file your taxes as soon as possible. Federal lawmakers proposing multiple millions in funding to keep affordable internet for low-income families.
And Ford recalling several vehicles for safety concerns. What model customers should be on the lookout for coming up.
Yeah, speaking of coming up and being on the lookout for, some hot coffee.
Right now, let's take a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, lawmakers are proposing $7 billion in additional funding to extend an internet discount program for low-income households. The Affordable Connectivity Program is set to run out of funding by the end of April. That would mean price hikes for tens of millions of people who benefit from the program. The ACP provides monthly $30 discounts on internet service for low-income households. The $7 billion legislation is expected Wednesday in both the House and Senate. It provides $1 billion more than the White House proposed to Congress last year.
Some Ford Focus owners should consider making an appointment with their dealers. The automaker's recalling nearly 140,000 of the vehicles because of a safety-related concern. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Ford Focuses from 2016 to 2018 have faulty oil pump drive belts, and this problem can cause loss of oil pressure, increasing the chances of an engine stall or loss of power while braking. The recall also applies to Ford EcoSports from 2018 through 2022. Owners of the affected vehicles will be contacted and the problems will be repaired at no cost when you bring it to the dealer.
JetBlue CEO Robin Hayes stepping down next month after a turbulent few months for the airline. Hayes cited the challenges and pressure of the job's toll on his health, saying his doctor helped him get to the decision. A failed partnership with one airline, a pending acquisition of another, and a loss in stock value all came under his tenure. Joanna Garrity will now take over to become the only woman in charge of a major U.S. airline. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale. I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale, and it's going to be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
As the storm moves out, we're monitoring the flooding it's leaving behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis with the latest conditions and the cleanup that's underway.
Still seeing high water here in Fells Point, but the water is receding. That is the good news. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the conditions you're waking up to this morning.
And we are looking at a windy day ahead of us before our next weather maker arrives here in Maryland. I've got an updated look at exactly how high our winds will gust today and when more rain arrives in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Listen to that, man, it came down, and now we are following the aftermath of that storm system that left severe flooding all across our state. Take a look at this video here. We have seen flooding everywhere from the Inner Harbor to Annapolis. At this hour, those waters are slowly receding.
Good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, January 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. This morning, we do have live team coverage for you on the cleanup that is underway due to the storm.
In just a few minutes, Tom Rogers will be in our live center with a look at the winter blast that is continuing up the East Coast.
Before that, Olivia Dance will join us live from Annapolis and the cleaning efforts there. Plus, if state lawmakers think that this is going to have any impact on the beginning of the new legislative session. But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a look at today's forecast. Amy.
We are looking at another windy day ahead of us. Not quite as windy as it was yesterday, but we still have an ongoing wind advisory that will take us through sunset tonight. That's due to winds gusting up to 35-40 miles an hour. So winds should gust around lunchtime and then start to decrease as we head through the afternoon and early evening hours. But the good news is we're looking forward to some sunshine today. That'll be nice to see after all the rain yesterday. High temperatures will end up in the very seasonable mid and upper 40s this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'm already looking ahead to your next weather maker. I'll let you know exactly when that arrives and what that means for the rest of the week.
Well, now to the Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look around the Beltway. Looking pretty good, not tracking any major incidents. Some weather-related closures, mostly on the side roads. In Anne Arundel County, both lanes on Maryland 178 by Cortland Manor Road, those are closed. And then the right lane at I-70 North, right at exit 17A, that is closed. So just use caution and be careful as you're out there driving.
Well, we are monitoring school closings and delays across the state.
More than a handful of county school districts have called off classes after severe weather last night, and others are delaying their start times to later in the morning. But of course, you can find all of those closings or delays on the ticker at the bottom of your screen or on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News is checking out some flood damage across our region.
Shannon Lilly has an update on the damage and the cleanup in Fells Point. Shannon.
Well, the sun is up and now the work begins to clean up this area. We are seeing the floodwaters here recede. It's still covering my boots, but it has receded a lot. Now what we're concerned about are these winds, and we're interested to see how that's going to impact all this debris that we're seeing laying around. And if you notice here, that police line tape, that was actually up just a little bit ago and it got ripped down by the wind. So that gives you an idea of just how strong some of these gusts are. We saw some of these cones that it looks like got knocked over by the flooding initially. Well, now they're kind of being whipped around by the wind as well. This is the area of Fells Point that we're still seeing the most flooding. This is right along Thames Street here and Wolf Street. And you can see there is still a lot of high water where it just came straight up from the bay, which is just about a block down. But we, like I said, are seeing some significant improvement. This whole area of Wolf Street, where I'm walking now, this was fully saturated, fully covered in water when we first got here this morning. You can fully see the cobblestones and all the way down the street. This whole street was blocked off. Now it's back opened up. We're seeing cars making their way through, some of them having to turn around to avoid the water. But at this point, you saw there, cars are just making their way right on through. But we did speak with some residents who live and work in this area, and they're telling us how they're being impacted by all this flooding. Take a listen.
Yeah, it's definitely makes it a little bit harder to get around, but just part of living in the city on the water. So.
It's much deeper than most people think, and like I said earlier, this area usually only floods up back towards the water, but I haven't seen it this far out in a few years at least.
And like I said, now the work begins for these city workers as they are now cleaning up the area following this flooding event here in Fells Point. We've seen them sweeping up the roads, clearing that debris. So we're going to continue to monitor how these conditions are impacting you and residents throughout the day. Reporting in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. As with any storm, transportation officials say their top concern when it comes to driving is hydroplaning and also down power lines or trees. Shantae Felix with the Maryland State Highway Administration joined Fox 45 News to share some tips on how to stay safe if you do have to head out on the roads this morning.
So that's what we've been telling people all day, is to stay off the roads if you can, but we know that's not ideal for everyone. So key for us is turn around, don't drown. If you see any areas with high water on them, don't try to drive through it. Just please put your safety first and turn around, don't drown.
Felix says if you do need to drive, you can head to roads.maryland.gov, and that's going to help you stay up to date on any road closures that could impact your commute.
Well, as the legislative session begins today, cleanup is underway due to that severe flooding in Annapolis. And you can see this is something from Joe Vogel. He's saying in Annapolis, ahead of the start of our legislative session, you can see it all flooded there. And then if we go back one more, Look at that. That is flooding in downtown Annapolis. That's where we find Olivia Dance. She's been out there live all morning long looking at the current conditions, the cleanup efforts, and letting all those lawmakers get to work today. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Patrice. The sun is out now, but the damage from this storm is very much still here, and the water is slowly receding, but you can see this area is still filled with several inches of water. This is Dock Street, so it essentially has become a part of the river. We actually just saw, you definitely can't see it on camera, but we just saw several jellyfish floating around in here, just showing how this street has essentially just become an extension of the river. But if we come this way, I want to show you because we started to get a better image now of the damage to some of these businesses. They all had sandbags, and some of them were pumping water out all morning with the hopes of stopping flooding. But this is Storm Bros right here, an ice cream factory. They've been here for almost 50 years, and you can just see it's a mess in here. And the employee right there, we spoke to him just a few minutes ago, and he said at one point there was 2 feet of water inside the store. He said the store is completely destroyed. Take a listen.
It is. There's all the ice cream, all the cabinets, everything we have, all the freezers and machines, stuff can't get wet. I mean, everything's, when you have 2 feet of water through the whole store, all the way from the front to the back, everything's floating around.
Now, that was Cameron Drew, one of the employees at Storm Bros, and he said that they will rebuild and eventually reopen, but they, definitely have a lot of work to do. Once this water recedes, it will certainly be all hands on deck to clean this area up. Yesterday, the city handed out about 150 of those sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation for all this flooding. We also spoke with Mayor Gavin Buckley, who says that this is some of the worst flooding he's ever seen, and today is all about cleanup.
Today, we have to wait for this to recede. We have to get the businesses back on their feet. I can definitely see that a few of them are going to be out for quite a few days. But it is part of being downtown Annapolis.
And Mayor Buckley says that this year they're actually starting a project that will raise this whole area and put a park that will essentially act as a barrier at the end of Dock Street here. So that project is beginning this year, and the hope is that it'll stop flooding just like this. You guys also mentioned that today is the start of session. I spoke with Senator Cory McRae and Delegate Kathy Szeliga, and they both told me that, you can see the State House in the distance. It's further away from the water here, and it's kind of on a hill. So the hope is that this flooding will not impact that, and they said that they think session will begin as usual. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Some good news. A lot of work to be done. Olivia, thank you. Well, this powerful storm that we've been covering is now continuing, churning up the East Coast today, bringing frigid temperatures, powerful wind gusts, and floods.
Same things we saw. Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our Live Center with where things stand at this hour. Tom.
Yeah, I want to take you right now to Maine. This is Portland, Maine. You can see the camera shaking around there. No snow falling or anything at the point, but what this storm did here locally was cause a lot of power outages. BGE map showing 13,022 homes now still without power this morning. That's been fluctuating anywhere above 12,000 to 13,000. If you look across the U.S. following that storm in the Northeast, as of this morning, you can see more than 500,000 people in the U.S. without power from this storm. The red means 100,000 plus, and you see that in Pennsylvania and New York, and adding that all the way from Florida to Maine, even in Michigan. We know that number could go up as the storm continues up the East Coast, also impacting the Midwest significantly, and it's causing some travel problems too. In fact, earlier, just yesterday, U.S. saw more than 1,400 flights were canceled, more than 9,000 flights delayed across our country, and as you see right now, as of now, total cancellations in the U.S. 1199, and there have been total delays in and out of the U.S. at 911 today. So to the Midwest, I want to take you there. In fact, we can take you right to Des Moines here, a live shot, as you can see here, and yeah, snow blanketing that area. And you see still vehicles moving along, nothing falling now, but they had nearly a foot of snow reported yesterday. Iowa City measuring 15 inches, enough snow to upend some GOP campaign plans of both Vivek Ramaswamy and former President Donald Trump, who were forced to cancel the events less than a week now from the Iowa caucuses. One other live shot we want to take you to, I want to take you to a different one in Maine here. This is Moose Head Lake in Maine, and you can see it's all white, and it is snowing actively there. You can see completely covered snow across there, parts of the state along with parts of New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, all under coastal flooding warnings this morning. It wasn't just the snow, but the rain and the winds in the south. Taking a look at this new video from Florida's Panhandle. Yeah, just ripped off roofs there, and heavily damaged from several suspected tornadoes. You can see down power lines, damage to the buildings and homes. And this morning, we know at least 4 storm-related deaths here as we continue showing you some of the items here. So that's the worst part about this, though, is hearing the people that were not able to survive this, what happened from accidents on highways to just being crushed in cars or something happening at their home. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. And Arundel County Police with a major drug bust earlier this week. We're going to take a look at what was recovered coming up.
A streamlined source for student aid, but how easy is it to use the new FAFSA form, and why was its opening delayed? 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The Houthi rebels launching their largest Red Sea drone and missile attack, forcing the U.S. and British into a major naval engagement.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, this is coming as the Pentagon is considering further action. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. So top commanders at the Pentagon have been imploring President Biden to take more aggressive action against the Iranian-backed rebels that are terrorizing ships in the Red Sea. This latest attack is the largest so far. It's also the 26th attack on commercial shipping there since November 19th. Yesterday, the U.S. Navy was forced to shoot down at least 24 missiles and drones launched from Yemen. These drones were carrying bombs, anti-ship cruise missiles, and there was also one anti-ship ballistic missile. The Iranian-backed Houthis say their assaults are aimed at stopping Israel's war on Hamas, but their targets increasingly have little to do with Israel, and they're impacting a crucial international shipping route. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says if these attacks continue, there will be consequences.
Speaking of Blinken, Kayla, we know he's meeting with Israeli leadership. What do we know about how those meetings are going?
Well, Megan, time will tell how productive these sit-downs are. A main goal for Blinken is trying to stop the conflict from growing in the Middle East. Blinken is also calling on Israel to work with the Palestinian Authority on a pathway to a Palestinian state. Creating a two-state solution, though, has failed many times in the past. At the moment, it's also hard to see a quick end to this fighting in Gaza. And as Israel comes under intense international criticism for the humanitarian crisis there, Blinken denounced Israel being referred to the International Court of Justice for alleged genocide. Blinken called the genocide charges meritless and particularly galling considering those who are attacking Israel, that's Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, as well as their backer Iran, continue to openly call for the annihilation of Israel and the mass murder of Jews. Now, at the same time, Israel said it will continue to withhold tax revenue it collects for the Palestinian Authority. Israeli officials say the Palestinian Authority has been paying its citizens monthly stipends for killing or attacking Israelis. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Washington. Thank you.
9:16 now. The FAFSA has sparked some conversation this year, not only because there is a new form, but students have been voicing concern on social media about why it opened so late. Director of Financial Aid for McDaniel College, Camilla Jimenez, is joining us now to talk about why it was late and what has changed. What does everybody need to know? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. All right. So the FAFSA reform is already just a source of anxiety for people. Now you throw in changes. It doesn't come on time. Let's start there. Why did it come at a different time? Why is it late?
So the FAFSA is the free application for student aid, and this is the form that is necessary for students who are going to college to have access to federal dollars such as grants and scholarships. Well, this form has been around for many, many years, but we're experiencing a huge modification with the form and a change such as for 40 years. So there's changes within the formula of eligibility for the form, but there's also a part of the form that is being more simplified. So it's going from over 100 questions to a lot fewer questions. So it's just trying to make it easier for families to be able to access it, while also, trying to eliminate any of the stress factors that families have while completing it.
Okay, so how long do they have to complete it now that it is out?
So it depends on your state. I would speak as it pertains to Maryland. Maryland, in order to qualify for state aid, they actually just sent out an email that they extended the deadline to June the 1st. However, March the 1st is still the priority date. So you don't want to wait to that June 1st date to get your application in, because once they are out of their allocation for funding, it's over. So I will recommend that families go ahead and get it done now while it's open, and then that way they don't run into issues as they get closer to the deadline.
Okay, since there have been changes, just really quickly, give me one or two or three things that you are highlighting for people to look out for that's new to make sure they're doing it correctly.
Well, the first thing is, because the FAFSA is normally open on October the 1st and it opened December the 31st, they're doing what is called a soft launch. So it's a possibility that families can log onto the form and the form not be available. So I would tell families not to worry about that. Just continue to try to log in. Another thing that families need to be mindful of, if you don't know your username and password, go ahead and get that done and try to get access to that because you don't want to run into your identification trying to be verified, because that can take up to 5 business days. So I would say you want to go ahead and try to log in. But as I stated, don't worry if you can't get it submitted as soon as you log in. Just continue to try throughout the day.
Okay. All right. Well, good advice, because people were a little anxious about this process. Thank you so much for all that help.
Thank you, and have a great one.
You too. All right. It's 9:19. We need to get another check of our forecast with meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, it looks much improved today, but we do still have some lingering flooding issues, especially along the coast. Here's a look at when they'll continue today around high tide. So for Annapolis, that's happening later this evening around 4:47, and then some of these locations even later than that. So around these times, I would plan on some additional high water, especially along the shoreline. We are looking much improved today. We are looking at a breezy day ahead of us, winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour today. A quiet couple of days before that next weather maker gets here. That's going to arrive on Friday, and that's going to send us another round of soaking rain. After that, big temperature changes for the holiday weekend. We're going to turn much, much colder. Things look pretty quiet today, though. All the rain has officially moved out of here, giving us a chance to dry out. The only issues we still face, some flooding concerns. It looks like our coastal flood warnings will be ongoing here, and we've also got a wind advisory that continues. That will take us through sunset tonight, so we could still see some gusty winds today as the storm system continues to pull away from us and that drier air takes over. Here's a look at our wind gusts for the rest of the day. Wind gusts up to 35, 40 miles an hour at times, and then I think they'll start to come back down this evening and late tonight. So overnight tonight, you'll notice these numbers decrease and will continue to decrease and fall straight through tomorrow morning. So around this time tomorrow, much better. We've got wind gusts closer to 5, 10 miles an hour in a lot of locations. And that's also going to come in with some really quiet conditions on Future Scan. So today and tomorrow, smooth sailing. We're actually looking forward to some much needed sunshine, especially after a full day of rain yesterday. That sunshine sticks around through Thursday. And then on Friday, we'll actually start off with a sliver of sun before that next weather maker arrives. Clouds will increase during the afternoon, and I think it's after lunchtime that we see this next batch of showers push in from the west here. Blows through pretty quickly. It exits by Friday night. Behind this, drier, colder air takes over for the weekend. But here's a look at how much rain we'll see with that system. Remember, this is on top of that 2 to 4 inches of rain we picked up yesterday. So although it's not a lot, it's about a ½ inch to an inch in a lot of spots, under an inch in a lot of spots. Any rainfall on top of that really saturated ground could lead to some additional flooding Friday evening as that storm system pushes through. But no rain today, at least. So we have a chance to catch our breath and regroup. We're welcoming back some sunshine. It will be windy through midday. Temperatures will make a run for the mid and upper 40s today. And then tonight, clear skies, cold temperatures. Lows will fall back into the 30s. Quick look at your weekend forecast shows that rain arriving Friday afternoon wraps up before Saturday, and then temperatures will fall as we head throughout the holiday weekend. So by next Monday and Tuesday, we're back in the 30s, and we've even got a chance for some snow showers.
Police in New York undercover secret tunnels being used by Jewish worshipers. Where they were and how they were discovered. That story coming up.
And also coming up, activities to get into for MLK Day. We'll tell you about it coming up. You're watching Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
From museums to poetry to songs, there are so many ways to celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. this weekend.
Mark Clark is live in studio. He's got some ideas about how you can spend your weekend. Mark.
That's right, guys. MLK weekend is upon us. If you have the 3-day weekend, why not check out one of Baltimore's museums to take time to learn about Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy? The American Visionary Art Museum has a special free event on Monday where you can enjoy songs, poetry readings, dances, and even a scavenger hunt. Doors open at 10 a.m. You can explore the museum all day until 5 p.m. A perfect way to get the kids involved, and there's something for the whole family to enjoy. Up next, moving over to the Reginald F. Lewis Museum with their celebration of King Day, another free event full of photojournalists' works, performances, even a virtual reality experience starting at 11 and finishing at 8 p.m., so there's plenty of time to get there. And the mashup of the year, the B&O Railroad Museum is hosting both Wordsmith and Baltimore Symphony Orchestra in a musical tribute to King on MLK Day. And the best part is it's free. It's a free concert. Starts at 7 p.m. on January 15th. You can get free tickets on the B&O Railroad's website. I can't talk, but I'm telling you, a lot of great things to do to honor, of course, Martin Luther King Jr.
Very nice.
All right, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
Well, after a major rain and windstorm rolled through our region, we're going to show you what recovery efforts look like in Baltimore.
We're monitoring the flooding that yesterday's storm left behind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Annapolis with the cleanup efforts underway.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are following the aftermath of the storm system that left severe flooding throughout our area. Our Fox 45 viewers sending in these photos showing downed trees, broken fences. You even see a tractor-trailer accident. And we've been monitoring school closings and delays across the state. More than a handful of school districts have called off classes after that severe weather last night.
Others delaying start times till later here this morning. You can find all of the closings and delays right there on the ticker at the bottom of your screen, or you can always go to foxbaltimore.com.
Well, welcome back to you on this Wednesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and this morning we have live team coverage for you on all of the cleanup that is underway because of this storm.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly has an update on the flooding situation in downtown Baltimore.
Before that, though, Olivia Dance will join us live from Annapolis and the cleaning efforts out there, plus how this could impact the beginning of the legislative session.
But we begin with meteorologist Amy Aronson, who has a look at today's forecast. Amy.
We are looking at another windy day ahead of us. Not quite as windy as it was yesterday, but we still have an ongoing wind advisory that will take us through sunset tonight. That's due to winds gusting up to 35-40 miles an hour. So winds should gust around lunchtime and then start to decrease as we head through the afternoon and early evening hours. But the good news is we're looking forward to some sunshine today. That'll be nice to see after all the rain yesterday. High temperatures will end up in the very seasonable mid and upper 40s this afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'm already looking ahead to your next weather maker. I'll let you know exactly when that arrives and what that means for the rest of the week.
Great, Amy, thank you. Taking a look at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are tracking a few road closures this morning because of yesterday's severe weather here. Both lanes on Maryland 450 east and west by Pebblebrook corridor closed. Both lanes on Maryland 129 Baltimore County near Hooks Lane are closed. And both lanes on Maryland 147 between Sunshine Avenue, ironically, and New Cut Road, those are closed as well. As the legislative session begins here today, we know cleanup certainly underway because of the severe flooding in Annapolis. Some of those images coming in over the last few hours. Look at this downtown Annapolis flooding. Another still shot of that right there. And this, of course, coming in as the legislative session is set to begin. Olivia Dance has been live out there all morning long, showing the improvements slowly but surely. How is it now, Olivia?
Yeah, good morning, Megan. We've been seeing improvements all morning, and that's the good news, because when you guys first took my live shot at around 5 o'clock, the water was all the way up to where those cones are there. And we could tell that even before we got here, based off where debris was, that the water at one point was even further beyond that. Since then, you can see just how much it's receded. And honestly, within the last 30 minutes, it's gone down a lot. You can see that it is just running towards the river. But this dock street here essentially became an extension of the river earlier. We saw jellyfish in this water. We've seen ducks floating on it. We saw a guy paddleboarding on the water earlier. So this whole area was completely flooded. And now we're standing on dry land here in the middle, which is a good sign. It shows that water is receding. But of course, now the cleanup is underway, and we're starting to get an idea of the impact that this storm had on some of these local businesses. You can see they had put sandbags out. Some of them still have those sandbags out just to try to prevent this flooding. But we actually spoke with an employee at Storm Bros Ice Cream Factory just right here. He just left a few minutes ago, but he said he was here all night, and at one point the water rose to about 2 feet inside of the store. He was pumping water out all night, and he said that, unfortunately, based off the damage he's seen so far, the store is completely destroyed.
It is. There's all the ice cream, all the cabinets, everything we have, all the freezers and machines, stuff can't get wet. I mean, everything's, when you have 2 feet of water through the whole store, all the way from the front to the back, and everything's floating around.
It's really sad to hear about that. Now, he says that they are used to this flooding, though, and they will eventually rebuild and reopen. But once this water fully recedes, it will certainly be all hands on deck in this area to clean it up. Yesterday, the city handed out about 150 of those sandbags to residents and business owners in preparation of this flooding. We spoke with Mayor Gavin Buckley, who says that this is some of the worst flooding he's ever seen, and today is all about cleaning up.
Today we have to wait for this to recede. We have to get the businesses back on their feet. I can definitely see that a few of them are going to be out for quite a few days. But it is part of being downtown Annapolis.
Now, Mayor Buckley says that this year they're actually starting a project that will raise this whole area, build a park at the end of Dock Street that will essentially act as a barrier to hopefully prevent flooding like this from happening, because even though they're used to it, this was definitely one of the worst floods that they've seen in recent history. Also, Megan mentioned that today is the start of the legislative session. You can probably see the State House in the distance behind us. Now, the State House is further away from the water and raised on a hill. So I spoke with Delegate Kathy Szeliga and Senator Cory McCray, and they both said that session should not be impacted by this flooding and everything should start on time. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. There's also significant flooding in Fells Point. This video right here, this is Alisana Street, and you can see a couple of inches or more around the wheels of those parked cars there. Shannon Lilly is in Fells Point. She's got a look at the conditions there this morning. Shannon.
Well, the sun is up and now the work begins to clean up this area. We are seeing the floodwaters here recede. It's still covering my boots, but it has receded a lot. Now what we're concerned about are these winds, and we're interested to see how that's going to impact all this debris that we're seeing laying around. And if you notice here, that police line tape, that was actually up just a little bit ago and it got ripped down by the wind. So that gives you an idea of just how strong some of these gusts are. We saw some of these cones that it looks like got knocked over by the flooding initially. Well, now they're kind of being whipped around by the wind as well. This is the area of Fells Point that we're still seeing the most flooding. This is right along Thames Street here and Wolf Street. And you can see there is still a lot of high water where it just came straight up from the bay, which is just about a block down. But we, like I said, are seeing some significant improvement. This whole area of Wolf Street, where I'm walking now, this was fully saturated, fully covered in water when we first got here this morning. You can fully see the cobblestones and all the way down the street. This whole street was blocked off. Now it's back opened up. We're seeing cars making their way through. Some of them having to turn around to avoid the water, but at this point, you saw there, cars are just making their way right on through. But we did speak with some residents who live and work in this area, and they're telling us how they're being impacted by all this flooding. Take a listen.
I work just over there, and they had to cancel work this morning because the water was up to the first floor.
This is pretty good. I mean, Isabel was much worse, but yeah, this is a pretty good flood.
And like I said, now the work begins for these city workers as they are now cleaning up the area following this flooding event here in Fells Point. We've seen them sweeping up the roads, clearing that debris. So we're going to continue to monitor how these conditions are impacting you and residents throughout the day. Reporting in Fells Point, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Our Weather Authority HD radar still showing the powerful system now moving up the East Coast today after wreaking havoc on the Central Plains.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with a look at what many are waking up to. Tom.
Taking a drone footage here. This is drone video coming into our newsroom this morning, and this is from Wisconsin after some parts of the state recorded as much as 10 inches of snow falling there. And you can see that besides the roads, everything else is blanketed in the snowfall.
Thank God that it hasn't happened before. We've been very blessed. So if we have another 3 months of this, I guess we can live through it.
Well, residents on the East Coast getting hit hard as well. You're taking a look now from video coming out of New Jersey, which was under a state of emergency and had crews on standby for water rescues. The storm also knocking out power to hundreds of thousands across several central and southern states yesterday afternoon. Take a look at this incident on a Georgia highway just outside of Atlanta. A fallen tree crushing the car, killing the driver. Reports of at least 4 storm-related deaths so far this morning. Here's a look at today's threat, too. Over half the U.S. population remains under wind alerts. You can see them here and designed right here on the other side, too, on the west coast, the south, and extending into the northeast. Well, now we also have what we also want to show you is here from Maine. We want to take you a look here. There's also powerful storm warnings here. And they're talking about the gusts right here, 55 to 65. And you can see that live shot right here in Portland, Maine. This has been bouncing around this morning. The winds doesn't look that bad right now. Actually, the camera's pretty stable compared to what we've been seeing throughout the mornings from those heavy high winds. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. Details on a fatal shooting involving police that took place in Pikesville.
And it's the morning after the storm, but we are already looking ahead to the next weather maker. Still to come, what you should expect for the rest of this week. 9:39, you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Making headlines around the state, Baltimore County Police are investigating a deadly police-involved shooting along Reisterstown Road in Pikesville.
Police say they approached a suspect at a gas station while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Police say the suspect pointed a gun at officers and police retreated, declaring a barricade. The suspect then left the gas station and, quote, engaged with 3 officers who then shot at him. Police say the suspect sustained life-threatening injuries and was taken to the hospital, where he was later pronounced dead. Also, in Anne Arundel County, police say a disorderly subject call led to a massive drug bust. At about 8 o'clock Monday night, officers received reports of a disorderly man at the Red Roof Inn on Ritchie Highway. While arresting the man, officers found what they believed to be drugs inside his hotel room. After obtaining a search warrant, officers say they uncovered marijuana, crack cocaine, several prescription drugs, and a Glock semi-automatic handgun. It is unclear what charges that man is facing as of this morning.
It is back to work for the Ravens ahead of a playoff push. And while the players have a lot on their plates, several assistant coaches might have more. We're going to tell you why coming up.
And a simple but effective way to illustrate a football game, the colorful way one sportscaster brought his home market highlights from the biggest win they've had in years.
Oh, my.
9:43 is the time.
Making headlines this morning, a brawl between police and a group of worshipers broke out over a secret tunnel under a New York City synagogue.
A group of Hasidic Jewish people were arrested while they were trying to defend a makeshift passageway connected to the Chabad Lubavitch headquarters in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn. Now, though it's unclear why or when that borough was created, it was uncovered when neighbors reported hearing suspicious noises below their homes. One member of the community says a cement truck arrived to make some repairs, which is then what led to the incident. The building is closed now until it undergoes a structural safety review.
9:47, time now to get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, it looks much improved today, but we do still have some lingering flooding issues, especially along the coast. Here's a look at when they'll continue today around high tide. So for Annapolis, that's happening later this evening around 4:47, and then some of these locations even later than that. So around these times, I would plan on some additional high water, especially along the shoreline. We are looking much improved today. We are looking at a breezy day ahead of us, winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour today. A quiet couple of days before that next weather maker gets here. That's going to arrive on Friday, and that's going to send us another round of soaking rain. After that, big temperature changes for the holiday weekend. We're going to turn much, much colder. Things look pretty quiet today, though. All the rain has officially moved out of here, giving us a chance to dry out. The only issues we still face, some flooding concerns. It looks like our coastal flood warnings will be ongoing here, and we've also got a wind advisory that continues. That will take us through sunset tonight, so we could still see some gusty winds today as the storm system continues to pull away from us and that drier air takes over. Here's a look at our wind gusts for the rest of the day. Wind gusts up to 35, 40 miles an hour at times, and then I think they'll start to come back down this evening and late tonight. So overnight tonight, you'll notice these numbers decrease and will continue to decrease and fall straight through tomorrow morning. So around this time tomorrow, much better. We've got wind gusts closer to 5-10 miles an hour in a lot of locations. And that's also going to come in with some really quiet conditions on Future Scan. So today and tomorrow, smooth sailing. We're actually looking forward to some much needed sunshine, especially after a full day of rain yesterday. That sunshine sticks around through Thursday. And then on Friday, we'll actually start off with a sliver of sun before that next weather maker arrives. Clouds will increase during the afternoon, and I think it's after lunchtime that we see this next batch of showers push in from the west here. Blows through pretty quickly. It exits by Friday night. Behind this, drier, colder air takes over for the weekend. But here's a look at how much rain we'll see with that system. Remember, this is on top of that 2 to 4 inches of rain we picked up yesterday. So although it's not a lot, it's about a half an inch to an inch in a lot of spots, under an inch in a lot of spots. Any rainfall on top of that really saturated ground could lead to some additional flooding Friday evening as that storm system pushes through. But no rain today, at least. So we have a chance to catch our breath and regroup. We're welcoming back some sunshine. It will be windy through midday. Temperatures will make a run for the mid and upper 40s today. And then tonight, clear skies, cold temperatures. Lows will fall back into the 30s. Quick look at your weekend forecast shows that rain arriving Friday afternoon wraps up before Saturday, and then temperatures will fall as we head throughout the holiday weekend. So by next Monday and Tuesday, we're back in the 30s, and we've even got a chance for some snow showers.
All right, Amy, thank you. In your Sports Unlimited news, the Ravens get back to work today for practice, but it is still bye-week mode for them. In the meantime, Coach John Harbaugh's coordinators could have a little more on their plates. In-person interviews are not allowed during this time in the NFL for head coach openings, but there's a catch. Zooms and phone calls, they are allowed, and Harbaugh's coordinators are wanted for many open positions. Defensive coordinator Mike Macdonald might be the hardest to keep, as his defense led the league in points allowed, takeaways, and sacks. Meantime, offensive coordinator Todd Monken's name also floating around for interview requests after just his first season with the Ravens. Now, it is important to remember, interview requests, again, are just permission, and it doesn't mean anything will happen for either side. The Panthers have requests out for Macdonald and Monken. The Chargers have also reached out to Monken. Across the Beltway, the Commanders put their hat in the ring for Macdonald and Ravens D-line coach Anthony Weaver. And another job came open Tuesday as the Tennessee Titans parted ways with Mike Vrabel. After 6 seasons, his name is already floating around if the Patriots move on from Bill Belichick. We'll see what happens there.
So many fires in the iron there, irons in the fire. As the Ravens rest up and try not to lose some important staff members, Super Wildcard Weekend gets underway with some key AFC matchups. On Saturday, the AFC Wildcard games are Browns-Texans and Dolphins-Chiefs. Sunday, the Steelers take on the Bills, and after that game, then the Ravens will know their opponent. The divisional round game is set for either January 20th or 21st, and the Ravens will host the lowest AFC remaining seed, but it cannot be the Bills or the Chiefs. But the Ravens could face the division rival Steelers. But Pittsburgh would have to pull off the biggest upset of the playoffs, as they are a 10-point underdog at Buffalo. And they're going to have to play without sacks leader and potential defensive player of the year for the second time in T.J. Watt. He injured his knee in Week 18 against the Ravens. Pittsburgh announced he is out. And while Kenny Pickett is healthy, they're going to remain with the hot hand, Mason Rudolph, as QB1. Now, if the Bills and Chiefs avoid the upset, the Ravens would see the winner of the 4-5 matchup between the Browns or Texans. Now, this could set up the much-anticipated return of Joe Flacco to M&T Bank Stadium. Imagine that. We all know January Joe is dangerous with a 10-5 record as a starter in the postseason and the Super Bowl MVP in 2012. Here's his take on playoff success.
You're promised one game here, so I think that's something good to fall back on. And I think you can get comfort in that one game. Prepare as hard as you can for 1 week, and then when that's all done, we'll pick up and see where we're at.
Still has yet to get nervous for a game. Calm, cool. All right, trending this morning, a Michigan TV anchor is going viral for his artistic approach to covering the college football national championship game.
Please enjoy my version of the highlights from the action tonight.
Monday night's game saw the Michigan Wolverines defeat the Washington Huskies 34-13 to claim the 2024 title. ESPN's broadcast restricted the use of the game footage at the time. So Mid-Michigan Now sports director Sam Ali decided, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. He's set to work recreating the game using Microsoft Paint.
No one knew I was going to do this, and that's kind of the fun part of it. And even while the highlights are going on, the anchors are just like crying, and I'm trying to hold it together and trying to be really serious about it.
He said feedback from viewers has been extremely positive, hinting that he may have to do it again in future newscasts. He started something here.
That is funny. He did a good job. Well, with more rain expected in the coming days, meteorologist Amy Aronson has a look at her extended 10-day forecast. Stay tuned.